Welcome to part 2 of WAAS 64 conference. This conference it marks 64 years since the founding of the World Academy of Art and Science, and it consists of 24 sessions and includes some 120 speakers. The first half of WAAS 64 took place on May 15th and 16th, and now we will watch a short video which consists of highlights from the first half of the session.
We know that no state nor or actor alone can face the current and future challenges. So effective solutions will only emerge from a deep understanding of these issues, combined with innovative thinking and collaborative action.
We need to learn how to manage the global social transformation, something that's never been done consciously before, certainly not on the scale it is now. And it's a high priority for us at the Academy.
We have the solution. We know what to do. We actually know in general, maybe not in detail, but which policies, regulation, and international cooperation and coordination that we need. And the positive thing, Adan, is that government are actually finally acting. In my 30 years in trade and environment, it's the first time we see industrial policies being recooked and redesigned, and we're seeing carbon pricing being rolled out. This is all good. The problem is, if we do that individually, nation by nation, without coordination across countries, we risk achieving the SDGs or the climate goals in that case, because it's really focused on climate, at the expense of development. And we know that is not sustainable. We can never achieve green at the expense of social.
If we wanted to really promote a knowledge society, we should stop having education that is centered on the professor, centered on the teachers, but had to be centered on the students.
It is about the grassroots. It is about really the human dimension that is so sacred to all of us, and it's obviously is the beginning of everything.
We need a new UN Charter 2024, not a revised charter, but a new charter, because the charter was based on a very different situation after the Second World War. The charter should reflect the change in the balance of power in the world today.
The food crisis in many developing countries is in fact the result of the strong role of corporations and the weak role of the governments of these countries. This means for me that the problem can be solved only with an adequate ideological change or ideological shift, in which small farmers' organizations should become equal partners with all other stakeholders.
Culture is a crucial element of the transformation, and it is important to understand its value for supporting the welfare of people and integrating this value in all of our decisions. This is something that we economists also work on. We try to derive the value of natural capital, but also cultural capital and even spiritual capital, which are very, very crucial.
Our work at Force for Good, partnering with the World Academy of Art and Science, has shown that actually, although the general mood is the SDGs are not achievable and we will fail, and that may actually happen, it's not through lack of solutions. We identified 15 solutions around which capital can mobilize, and 10 technology-based solutions that can be rolled out where no new inventions are required, which would allow us to more than 100% close this gap, the SDG gap. So it isn't because we don't have the solutions. It's not because we don't have the money. It is because we are not mobilizing to scale across the world to solve these issues.
The core problem, I would call it the problem of modernity and our obsession with our intellects without any spiritual and moral foundation, which leads to what I call the forgotten why. It's to talk dirty, it's a problem of teleology, purpose. So without the why, you have law without justice, medicine without healing, education without character, philosophy without the pursuit of truth, art without beauty, religion without love and transcendence, obsessed with rites, rituals, practices, and dogma.
The UN system at the moment is going through a huge budgetary crisis. It is, we have great expectations about the UN and we don't give the organization the resources that it needs. The European Union, decades ago, came up with a system of funding itself independently of the political process. It doesn't depend on the goodwill of its prime ministers and governments. It automatically generates a body of resources because within European law, a share of value-added taxes and import duties are directly channeled to the European budget, which allows the organization to plan to do budgeting over a 6-year period.
Peace is absolutely essential to human flourishing. It's the foundation of thriving societies and economies, and it certainly encompasses far more than just the absence of conflict.
The SDGs is, let's say, a sort of a game changer. Of course, we had the Millennium Goals, but the SDGs, taking into account the indicators, the aspects measurable and quantified aspects, they introduced a new norm, let's say, in policy making. And actually, fundamental is to find the orchestration at global level.
The whole concept of human security is that this is not isolated to an individual, but it's about taking the perspective of the individual within a community and within a society.
We thought that we outgrew wars, that we left them in the past millennium, but they're increasing and escalating as we see, which shows that the roots and causes have still not been resolved. We are dealing too much with handling consequences and often forget the causes. When we identify and solve the causes, the consequences will also be solved.
We're on the edge of a precipice. Where do we go from here? The World Academy of Art and Science is eminently qualified to make a major contribution to the search for answers. In this, the Academy, as a preeminent civil society grouping, contributes towards the same critical goals that the international community will be discussing at the Summit of the Future this fall.
There will be no human security without abolishing patriarchy. And this is not about men and women. It's about the structures, the domination structure.
The policy has to change. I don't know why we allow people to sell products that are not safe, for example. Why do we allow that? You can't sell a machine that's not safe, but you can sell food that is not safe.
AI we see the crystallized version of human knowledge. So as a consequence, AI reflects the good and the bad traits of humanity.
I would just say 97% of the world's data is not accessible and not usable to other people's phones. AI is generating opinions and content based on 3% of data. The rest of it's shoved and stored and lost in big enterprises. And we have to unlock that if we want technology to do good.
Humanity needs a new social contract based and sourced in universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values for true peace, actual sustainability, and human security for all. Everything rests on social cohesion, renewal of social bonds, re-energizing trust in communities, in institutions, in social leadership, and most certainly in generating social movements for global social transformation.
I hope you enjoyed that compilation of excerpts from the various sessions on May 15 and 16. Today, all the link to this video has been mailed to everybody today, and the complete recordings of all the sessions so far, the 14, are all available on the WAAS website. And today we have 7 sessions spread in 2 parallel streams, A and B. And we will begin with our first session today. And I hand over to Our moderators for today, Phoebe Kandori and Munisa.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, very nice, very nice. So thank you very much. We are ready to start our session. Our session focuses on science diplomacy to support human security and sustainable development. I will co-moderate this session together with Monfi Zubi, Science Advisor of the Interaction Council and Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. And we have an amazing lineup of speakers, which we are going to introduce as we dive into the session. And we hope that at the end of the interventions, we have 4 speakers of 12 minutes each. We hope that at the end of these 4 interventions, we will have a very lively Q&A session. So please send your questions and comments as we go along the presentations, and we will make sure that all of your comments and questions are represented in the discussions. Science diplomacy to support human security and sustainable development. The World Academy of Art and Science has a UN supported project and a lot of work on the concept of human security. We also try to mobilize the inter-academy partnership, partnerships of all the academies in the world to endorse a statement about human security and its importance for the transition to sustainable development. In this introductory remark, I just want to highlight that we consider human security to have 8 different aspects: economic security, health security, personal security, food security, environmental security, community security, political security, and technological security. And we by no means want to argue that this is an exclusive list. It can be expanded. But what we try to do is to identify explicit ways to quantify these different 8 aspects of human security and make sure that we have a clear picture of how secure each region of the world or each country of the world or each subscale of the national geographical units are, by how much secure. For me, it is important to be able to measure the level of security and also connect this quantification to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, because the Sustainable Development Goals and the UN Agenda 2030 is basically our global common agreement of how to escape the current multi-crisis in order to support human welfare. And human security is one big part of human welfare. And I see the Sustainable Development Goals as a means to achieving the support of human security and human welfare. So we work on connecting human security with the transition to sustainable development, with the premise that what both are safeguarding are overall human and social welfare. And on the title of this webinar, Science
I don't hear you, Dr. Kamir.
Hello, everybody. This is Donato
Yes.
Kiniger. How are you? I think we lost momentarily our moderator, but maybe she's coming back soon. We hope so.
Well, I think if Dr. Zhou is ready, if Dr. Zhou is ready to start, then I would propose that we go ahead and invite Dr. Jinfeng Zhou, the Secretary General of the China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation, to take the screen for 12 minutes, please, so that we get things moving. Thank you.
Thank you. I share my screen. Is it clear?
It's clear.
So let's start. Okay, thank you. And I'm from China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development, to share foundation and to share our understanding of science diplomacy to support human security and sustainable development. Just a second. Our foundation was started from science diplomacy. Just a second, I cannot. Okay. Our thanks to WAAS for the opportunity. And to start with, our foundation was started with science diplomacy. During the Hong Kong returning negotiation between China and the United Kingdom, a British Duke of Bedford, decided to return some Paradise deer back to China, which was extinct at that time. And with the reintroduction of the Paradise deer back to China, we set up the China Paradise Deer Foundation. It is a good starting point and a good example of science diplomacy, not only to support Hong Kong's returning negotiation, but also to support us to start this journey to do the sustainable development. We changed our name after China joined the Convention of Biological Diversity, and changed our name again because of the climate change. So we now call China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. And I would like to share a few stories. 10 years ago, together with Belgian scientists, and we put sensor, a UK company sensor on Beijing Swift. The Beijing Swift, and find out where are they going. They only stay in Beijing for 3 months, May, June, and July. After July, they go all the way down to Africa and South Africa. Every year, they spend the rest 9 months other places and returning back to Beijing to have baby. They only have baby in Beijing. But because of Beijing's construction, they lost many of their homes. The number of Beijing Swifts decreased, dropped, endangered. And because of their home at Beijing lost their home in Beijing, those Beijing Swifts, so-called Beijing Swifts, but they spend most of their time in Africa. They eat termites, they eat bugs, they eat mosquitoes. Without the Swifts, those ecosystems will have serious problems. So that is human security. Wherever there is a hole, we're on the same boat. Wherever there is a hole, the boat will sink. No matter where you stay, you are not secured. We found this 10 years ago, and we are going to do further start research on this to find out the climate change, will that affect their behavior. That is science diplomacy. And the second story is about a conservation area. China local authority are planning to apply for UNESCO's heritage. We visit Ramsar. We talk to the UNESCO, try to stop them because there is a special area which is not included in the heritage, but which should be included to protect those migratory birds. After our efforts, I fly to join the Ramsar's COP to talk to the executive secretary. And through all our efforts, finally, the local authority put that special migratory birds habitats into the heritage. That is a great success of science diplomacy. This is another story. In 2018, with support of local people, we hold a China-Africa Wildlife Conservation Cooperation Forum in Johannesburg, South Africa. Through that forum, we talk to local Chinese and to stop pangolins hunting, to stop illegal pangolin trading, which is a very serious issue for the species of pangolins in Africa. That is through that forum, together with scientists and the local authorities, we set up the cooperation. That is also part of sustainable development. The fourth story is about a spotted seal. Spotted seal are also listed in red list in endangered. With UNEP, with GEF, with surrounding governments, including South Korea, Japan, we set up a series of workshops to talk to villagers, to youngsters about how to protect, how important it is to protect the sea started the seals, which is part of to secure our marine lives. The first story is about Madagascar. 20 years ago, the forest coverage of Madagascar is over 90, but now it's about less than 20% forest coverage. Why is that? Because of the rosewood, because of the business. So we, in China, we're trying to fight to stop rosewood furniture's business, to stop those illegal business trading. And also together with Revealed, an American NGO, we support some funds to support the local Madagascar people to planting trees. That is also, I think, is a very significant part of sustainable development. The next story is about conophytum, a special plant. Now it's very popular in China. You can easily purchase them through internet. But that make about 200 species of conophytum are listed on CITES Annex 3. All of them are endangered because some illegal trafficking, some people, business people, hire local people to dig those in the wild. They're only habitats in south of Africa. Because of that business, which will damage the conophytum existence in the wild, we filed litigation against those major Chinese businessmen. We failed the litigation because with lack of evidence. We are trying to contact the South Africa Police Department, but we don't have the right help. But although we failed the case, we win the battle through our campaign, Clean Internet for conophytum. Now the business decreased. More and more people participate into our action, our awareness to stop buying the conophytum. This recent story, we signed an agreement with the Azerbaijan National Academy of Science that the person who the agreement is the president of the Azerbaijan National Academy of Science. We want to work together to support COP29, more scientists participation. And because of COP29 were hosted in Azerbaijan. And we also work closely with IUCN, Convention on Biological Diversity, Ramsar, CITES, including international standard organizations. Through that cooperation, set up regulation, propose some regulation and standard that works. We work with international scientific academic society to protect our human security and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all these amazing initiatives that really makes the frog leap for using science into creating partnerships that can facilitate, incubate, facilitate, and help the implementation of the sustainability transition. This is exactly what I had in mind to say when I was cut off by a power cut. I'm now connected using a hotspot from my mobile. This is exactly what I wanted to say we need to do. We scientists need to go out there to other stakeholders, be it policymakers, politicians, businesses, financial institutions, the civil society, and gain their trust with regards to the scientific solutions that we have, but at the same time invest in providing capacity, knowledge, skills for all other stakeholders to understand the solutions and feel confident to use them, to become part of the labor force of the ecosystem of different stakeholders that will actually implement the solutions. And that's why science diplomacy is crucial. We are very interested in what you showed in the COP. Did you already, you showed with regards to what you expect to do in the COP. Did you already achieve some sort of collaboration with UNFCCC? Do you have, are you discussing directly with them?
We have applied side events with them, and also we signed an agreement with Azerbaijan, with Baku, Azerbaijan government to participate since the COP29 will host in Baku. And we are waiting for feedback from UNFCCC for the, but previously we already have side event and we have fully participate. And also we visit Bonn for the preparation of Paris workshops.
Excellent. That's great. We are also, as World Academy of Art and Science, but also as IFORIA, the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation in Sustainability, that I lead very active participants at the COP, and we would really like to meet you there and see how we can help you there. I also lead the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Global Climate Hub that is working on developing transition pathways to climate neutrality and climate resilience for all countries in the world at national level. So I would like to take this conversation with you further, because you are doing exciting things that we would like to collaborate with you and your group.
Thank you. And also I would like to mention we have very close discussion with China climate envoy, and so we understand the China points, and we also suggest them what we are doing. And thank you. We are looking forward to work under your guidance to make the COP29 more fruitful from the science points of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is one of the most important people that support the World Academy of Arts and Science, Emil Constantinescu, who is, first of all, I will refer to him as a professor, but also a politician, president of Romania between 1996 and 2000. And we are very honored to have you here and listen to what you think that science diplomacy can do to support and accelerate the transition to sustainability and human security. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues and esteemed audience, more than 50 years after the publication of my first scholarly article and the beginning of academic career spent under dictatorship and later under democracy, I have taken the subject of our panel of the relationship between science and diplomacy very personally. And I would like to begin by sharing my experience with you. I first exercised classical diplomacy as head of state between 1996 and 2000 at a moment of rupture in history, the end of Cold War and the collapse of criminal communist dictatorships. Relations in the academic world were useful to me, as was my experience as the National International Association of University Rectors, first and foremost in order to adequately manage great egos in the political environment also. After my presidential term, I returned to civic and academic life. First, practicing cultural diplomacy in the Balkan Political Club, designed for reconciliation between nations that had been scared by secular conflicts in Balkans especially, and in Eastern Europe. Then, as president of the Academy of Cultural Diplomacy in Berlin, where I launched the Levant Initiative for Global Peace and built a postgraduate system of master and doctoral programs in cultural diplomacy as part of network of universities designed to promote the culture of peace through education. When I had the honor of being elected as a fellow of then trustee of the World Academy of Art of Science, I understood that it was possible to take my effort to the next level. The election of Gary Jacobs, of president and CEO of the Academy, has deeply transformed the former ivory tower academic milieu, opening new channels of communication between the academy and the global economic, political, and social environment. Our problem today is how best to use channels for what we can call science diplomacy to support human security and sustainable development. First, let's set the record straight. Science has only one objective: the search for truth. The result of scientific research can be and have been used for the advancement or destruction of mankind. It is the scholars themselves who are responsible for the ethics of science. The success of scientific diplomacy depends on their prestige. The World Academy of Art of Science was formed in the 1960 after the end of the Second World War. Einstein, Oppenheimer, Fleming, John Bernal, and these other founding scholars were known and respected throughout the world. They used the prestige they had gained in academia to urge people to use the achievement of science for peace, not war. Only 15 years has passed since the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We can say that their initiative had the positive consequences because to this day, nuclear energy has not been used to destroy human life, even if this had been achieved through a balance of fear. But the deterrence through mutual fear has, in fact, been the fundamental method of classical diplomacy for its inception to present day. Just as the prestige of scientists mattered after the end of the Second World War, so it mattered once again in world history at the turn of the century in the 1990s, after the end of Cold War, when the peoples of the world that had self-liberated from the criminal communist dictatorship of the Soviet Empire after its collapse, elected by free popular votes in all the liberated countries of Central and Eastern Europe, leaders from academia. For those who do not know, I can list a few such countries: Poland, Czechia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Armenia, and Romania. We academics from the former communist states experienced the transition from an authoritarian state to the hope of a society based on humanist ideas. And we are now experiencing the disillusionment of an increasingly interest-based and profit-driven society, which has meanwhile invaded the academic milieu. My question is there any real prestige for scholars in society today? Is their voice still important? In a universally connected social networking world, who has the power to influence how things get done? What takes precedence? The opinion of scientists who publish on specialized niche platforms, or the opinion of influencers on social platforms with billions of followers? In spite of how different social structures and the organization of society have been for 2 millennia, even in autocratic regimes from Aristotle and Seneca to the French Academy under Louis XIII and the XIV, the voices of great thinkers were always listened to with respect in elite circles, of course. Can we still speak of such respect being shown today? In our contemporary democratic society, we no longer have to deal with authoritarianism based on the repressive power of state organs. However, the influence of the profit-driven industrial banking system has grown to such an extent that the leader of large transnational corporations no longer require the wisdom or the solution offered by scholars. They know better what needs to be done and successfully promote themselves through their own books, conferences, and the social media that they own. In preparing this panel, we are asked to come up with a solution instead of problems. In order to be able to propose viable solutions, we need to start from the problems of the academic environment, not from the promise of successes that have in fact proved illusory. The failure of academia to influence society at the beginning of the 21st century raises the questions I have to ask myself as someone who has spent more than half a century in academia. Where have the scholars of the 21st century gone wrong? I would list just a few directions. But the acceptance of excessive pragmatism. Can fundamental research or higher education bring you short-term profit? The excessive idealism in the construction of political strategies based on Jean-Jacques Rousseau's principles that man is dedicated exclusively to the good. The promotion of social utopias, such as eradicating poverty or eradicating unemployment, when in reality, as best we can speak of reducing them. The self-subordinating attitude of scholars working in the public arena toward the communication specialists of United Nations, you bureaucracies who have created a popular language of wars to which they have given symbolic meaning to cover the lack of deep and nuanced thinking. The invasion of academia by populism and political correctness neither have any place in science communication, or if you want to call in science diplomacy. And finally, the academic reaction to no history, no culture slogans coming out from university. I believe that the priority goal will be to avoid the rupture of our contemporary society from the humanist culture that underpins it, which is under threat by the very technological progress we achieve. In order to have success in society, we must first focus our efforts on the academic milieu in its relationship with a younger generation, from which the decision makers of tomorrow will be drawn. Do we wish to offer youth information or impart them knowledge? Do we wish to instill a spirit of confrontation or dialogue? Are we preparing professional careers or building strong characters? And will we be capable of deploying our experience to these ends? In the current condition, it is difficult to speak of a bright future. Over the past years, I have had the opportunity to address large numbers of youth, both in person and online. 50,000 joining from Islamabad in Pakistan, 60,000 students in Lucknow in India, and 30,000 youth in Seoul, South Korea. They were all eager to contribute to the sustainable peace and development of the world in which they will live in the future. Perhaps where there are many problems and much suffering, there we may also find greater hope and individual involvement. If our experience is to be useful, then perhaps like ancient Greeks used to say, we will have the merit of those who saw trees in those shade, they know they will never see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to ask very quickly, but I'm sure your intervention has aroused lots of interest. You mentioned that science failed. However, I think that one could also argue that science produced an array of solutions, increased the welfare of people, or at least supported the welfare of people in such a way that although we are on unsustainable pathways with regards to planetary boundaries and with regards to our economic model's potential of continuing growth, I would say that all this technology led to an increase in the standard of living, in the educational standard, in the access to goods and services and information that is unprecedented in human history. And one would argue never before, at least in the developed world, so many people had access to goods, had access to the means of living a life that would that they do today. Never before did we live such a life. It is unsustainable, yes, but in the bigger part of the Western world, this is a life that allows you access to education. It allows you access to the basic, to the goods and services that support your basic needs, and at the same time allows you to choose within boundaries, but have a freedom of choice with regards to your future. So in my perception, and this is very personal, humans have, at least in the developed world, have achieved a huge acceleration with regards to their ability to sustain a welfare and standard of living that is far beyond what we could imagine 100 years ago. And all of this, and most of this, has to do with the science, what science produce that as solutions to basic problems that provided technology and access to natural resources and access to educational resources that are crucial. Don't you think that all this powerful ability can be transposed into one that is also sustainable, rather than just saying that science failed?
I agree totally.
You are muted. You are okay.
First of all, I agree totally what you said, because represent historical reality. But this is characteristic is applicable to the Western democracy and market economy in last centuries. Why we need to know the history? Because now perception of this relation between science, technology, and the progress of society is not so clear. Firstly was science. In the Renaissance period, science prepared the fundament for technology. in the moment of fall of Constantinople, a part of intellectuals and scientists migrate to Italy and Western Europe. And the moment Catholic Church admit the Greek testimony of culture and science, and was the first university, was a place where science becoming exceptional development. And after was the relation between technology and ability of technology to use the resources, natural resources. This is a period, but remembering, we must remembering this relation, science, technology, progress. Now is, in my opinion, personal opinion, is a moment of decadence of Western civilization. Why? Because it's a rupture between culture and civilization. Civilization without culture is a moment of dissolution. When I formed the Institute of Advanced Study of Levant Culture and Civilization, idea was to come back to the roots of Western civilization. Greek democracy, Jewish, Christian religion, normal, and Justinian Code. Justinian Code was in Constantinople, not in Rome. And also, we need to keep in our memory mythology, what represented culture in others of the soul. Now is just a moment when, in my opinion, we must focus on in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a moment of careful in French, the moment to decide what how it's important to keep humanistic ideas, conscience, human conscience. Sure, this is a problem of Western world, but now it's not possible to talk only about the Western world and the rest of the world. Is a simple, I accept all you said. The argument is, don't exist migration to Russia, for example. Don't exist migration is to Western system, democracy and market economy. But now is a moment to think, what is the future of market economy? What is the future of Western civilization?
Indeed. Indeed, we are at this very crucial point in time. I fully endorse what you said about consciousness and the need for science to be culture informed and connected. And this was an amazing answer. And I hope many, many people can watch it on video. Thank you so much. Due to the time limitation, I need to give the floor to my co-moderator, Dr. Monif Zubi, to continue with the rest of the speech. I'm very grateful for all that has been heard until now, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Thank you very much, President Constantinescu and Professor Zhou, for some outstanding ideas that you've talked about over the last couple of presentations. We still have two more eminent speakers to go. Without further ado, I would request Marcela Munoz, who works for a fantastic organization in Geneva. She is Executive in Residence Fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. She is also the Strategic Partnerships Director at the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, which is a fantastic organization with a fantastic name. And she's a member of the Advisory Council of the Democracy Lab. Marcela, you have the screen for 12 to 15 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Munif, and thank you, WAAS, for inviting me to this very interesting conversation. It's so nice to hear so many different but complementary ideas with the view to place us in a better place, I would say, in terms of upholding human security, sustainable development, and also thinking about the future. And perhaps my intervention is a little bit of that, because as it has been said this afternoon, we are living in a golden age of science and technology, and there is exponential acceleration of these developments with longer-term implications that those we might think about sometimes, because we're pressed to tackle the current challenges and sometimes tempted also only to have perhaps a shorter view of what's coming our way or what is already in our face. And I think that this is important to highlight because these developments are affecting human society and the planet, which is exactly what Dr. Su was also mentioning. And they are not happening in isolation. And there are, as we know, big private investments. Trillions and billions are being channeled towards the development of science and technology. There is some public investment, but not as huge, as important in size and in alignment, perhaps, compared to private technological development. And that raises questions. In terms of perhaps increased inequalities, increased divides, which is exactly what we want to prevent and hopefully de-escalate and bring the benefits of science to all. So I think that it is important perhaps to recognize that science is not benevolent. It's not a benevolent force, but it's a multiplier of power. And in this context in which we live today, which is very complex, geopolitically speaking, but also as humanity faces existential threats, but also amazing opportunities that we have never had before, particularly if we were to tap into the potential of scientific and technological breakthroughs. I think that we need to remind ourselves what unites us. And in that case, the Sustainable Development Goals is our common compass, I would say. It tackles on the main issues that affect the well-being and the prosperity of humanity. And it aims to bring inclusivity and peace and prosperity to all. So I think that having this lighthouse, this northern light, perhaps bringing some sort of direction, not only to our conversation here, but to the things that we do, is very important. And that's where science and diplomacy comes in, because I think that we need more spaces. We need to bring oxygen, perhaps, to spaces which are already saturated or are perhaps living a kind of a tense and ambiance. And we need to develop new mechanisms, complementary mechanisms, for us to think hard about the medium and long-term implications of scientific and technological developments and how all the communities, the scientists, the academics, the politicians, the diplomats, the citizens, the private sector representatives can brainstorm about perhaps the potential of science and technology and how they can work together to align their vision. Because if we have public infrastructure and investments or R&D in one direction and then private interest in another direction, and then the technology is going in another direction, I don't think that that will place us in a better stadium as a whole, as a society, as a global society, but even at any level, national or regional. And we were prompted to think about, reflect on, well, if this is the case, what can we do about it, right? How can we walk that talk, so to speak? So what my organization does, GESTA, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator Foundation, is to look at scientific breakthroughs in 5, 10, and 25 years. So it really brings in this longer view with over 2,000 scientists from all over the world, looking at these emerging technologies, quantum computing, advanced AI, neurotechnology, all these things that we start to see sometimes in Nature magazine or in an article, newspaper, you know, when certain big tech investors are monopolizing perhaps some of the conversation around technologies. And we need to make sure that we go back to the science which is transparent, which is evidence-based, which is or should be open to all. And that's why we decided that we wanted to bring in this knowledge, to democratize the knowledge, creating a platform in which we provide this knowledge every year in an updated way. And after that, to do something about it. So we also have the Do Time Park so that we can create some initiatives around this. I'm going to try to share my screen just to give you a flavor of what the radar is, the Science Breakthrough Radar. So I don't talk in abstract here. Let me go to yes, perfect. To slide mode. So the radar, the Science Breakthrough Radar that we develop every year with all these colleagues and scientists around the world, look at a universe of topics that are interesting to society. And based on this, we have perhaps focused our attention on certain platforms, looking, as I was saying, in what are the developments that are coming our way. So for instance, if we look at tomorrow's computing, we know that the future of computing is evolving. There are these simulation of models of neurons that are boosting the development not only of hardware, but also software. And the experience that human beings may have in a couple of decades, it's going to be completely ambient in terms of how artificial intelligence is going to be embedded in our lives. And even as regular citizens, sometimes we cannot grasp the implications of what this means. And we also know that the future of internet is quantum, and that it's going to really extrapolate and take to the next level the power that many different areas and fields like encryption and sensing and communications are going to bring. And we want to prevent that this is not monopolized, but shared. And if we go into the mind, for instance, neurotechnologies, we're talking about next generation of implants and all these brain computer interfaces with implants or devices that are invasive or not. There are the two types. And we see a very promising future in the field of healthcare and medicine, for instance, perhaps restoring mobility to people who have lost this capacity. But we can also think about the uses in the military domain. And we can perhaps imagine enhanced soldiers, not too far from today. So this is not science fiction. These are things that are being developed. And I think that not only governments or private sector companies need to pay attention to these developments, but we need to develop futures literacy ourselves, as regular human beings. And finally, perhaps my last example will be on anticipating complex systems, talking again about how perhaps artificial intelligence, but other emerging technologies can help us in having more participatory systems and, stronger democracies and governance mechanisms in which we all can have a voice. So this is the radar. This is the think part of what we do. And after we develop a methodology in which we curate dialogues with all stakeholders, and we brainstorm about ideas. And based on that brainstorming of ideas, we try to accelerate solutions. And we're a very young organization. We only started in 2019, but I can already proudly share with you one of the initiatives that we have incubated, which is the Open Quantum Institute. This institute aims to provide a platform in which big tech companies provide access to technology, to quantum computing in these cases. And then we can try it out with simulations, perhaps applications for the future of food systems or for water management, for climate change, for decarbonization, things that can really boost our achievement of the SDGs. So when I hear the Secretary General of the United Nations talking about turbocharging the SDGs, I think that we need to think hard of how far we are in that direction. And would it be smart perhaps to come up with science diplomacy mechanisms like, coalitions like the one that I'm presenting to you now with this slide, in which you have governments, you have big tech companies, you have academic institutions, international organizations, developing already today simulations for the use of quantum computing for good, and also trying to anticipate governance mechanisms that can get us there. So I don't want to take a lot of time, because I know that there will be opportunity to have Q&As, which I am pretty much looking forward to. But I just wanted to share some of the approaches that JESTA, based out of Geneva, but also with this global aim, is undertaking, trying to make sure that we can use science and diplomacy for good, and to activate already today initiatives with the promise of science. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marcela, for an outstanding expose. You talked about science being the multiplier of power. You talked about us, the science community, the decision-making community, identifying or aligning our efforts to identify our Polaris, our North Star. And I think as we have the Vice President of WAAS here and an eminent trustee of WAAS, I would think that WAAS is eager to have a slot within your network of organizations that are actively collaborating to come up with new ideas. With that, we move along to our eminent Vice President, Donato Kiniger-Pasili, who's a thinker and a scholar. He's the last speaker in the session, and after his presentation, we will have Q&A time permitting. Donato has just written a beautiful article in the Voice of the Italians, a New York journal.
Voice of New York. Voice of New York.
I'm sorry, the Voice of New York. And you're welcome to have a look at that after this session. We can share the link, I think. Donato is not only Vice President of the World Academy of Arts and Science, he's adjunct professor at the Universitat Oberta de Catalonia and senior advisor of UNITAR. Very experienced speaker and always a pleasure to listen to. So Donato, you have the screen for 15 minutes, please.
Monique, very kind of you. I must say that I enjoy the conversation. I'm enjoying this conversation for its high value, for the contributions of all speakers to an approach that I feel is really making history, is history in the making in various sense. I mean, first of all, because we are talking of science, the power of science, its creativity, the innovation that it contains, the knowledge that it represents, and because we're talking of diplomacy. Diplomacy in reality means cooperation, means international cooperation. We heard from Emil, whose remarks I really appreciated a lot, because he reconsidered the value of humanism throughout history, throughout our common history, and said that, of course, there are many threats, and we have to reposition ourselves in our discourse for a better humanity through our own tradition, through our own record, I would like to say. And that is so important because in any kind of negotiation, since we are talking of diplomacy, in any kind of dialogue, we should never forget who we are. We should always start from the premise of what do we represent at this very moment, and what we represent in history. So I really appreciated Emil's comments that were not negative at all. I mean, in fact, he agreed with Fabi when we said, what is the value, what is the trend? The trend is not, well, it may appear negative in many ways when we talk about peace advancement or a better quality of life for all. In spite of all the agreements that we are reaching, it looks like we are not progressing that fast, especially in the field of the Sustainable Development Goals and its implementation. We are very much lagging behind. But on the other hand, it's also true that we should look at these questions with pragmatism, but also with a certain degree of idealism. And this is how we can really match and make the best out of science for diplomacy and science in diplomacy. What Emil reminded us also is the concept of science diplomacy during Renaissance. And since after all, I'm a Florentine, I'm from Florence, Italy, I think it's good to remember the fact that in those epochal days, there was no difference between art and science. The concept of art and science, I mean, somehow took a deviation, but later on, because of hyper specialization, forgetting the fact that we are talking of creativity, we are talking of traditional knowledge, and sense of beauty. I mean, and the whole thing goes together. And when we relate to different cultures, when we relate to people in different environments, we should always try to represent, I repeat, represent the best of our knowledge. So this is science in that sense. It's really what science can bring. And what it does in reality for the present and future generations. So sharing knowledge and expertise is certainly part of science diplomacy nowadays, collaboration and research, and sharing information across borders. This means really ultimately the importance of exporting, as I said, the concept of peace. In the article that you kindly mentioned, Monif, that is just an anticipation of a larger essay that will be published in Cadmus very soon with Cadmus is our feature magazine of the World Academy with the foreword of Gary Jacobs. There we will talk about more examples in terms of what I call a peace offensive. peace offensive is in a provocative, maybe term that has been used in the 60s. And when actually those who were actors at the time made strides and obtained some great levels of success in terms of mediating results through science, through knowledge. And that's how we had fantastic openings in dialogue, between USSR and United States, Gorbachev and Reagan. This is how we obtain also openings in the Middle East. Many are the examples that are captured in this piece that will be published, and I hope it will bring some food for thoughts in this discussion. What is also relevant in the use of science and technology for diplomacy is its effect for the gradual reciprocation in the reduction of the aggressiveness, I would like to say, and the level of concessions that can be made on one side versus another that help the dialogue, that help constructively instilling confidence. That's why we talk about peace offensive, these reciprocal concessions that can be made in situations of conflict. And we are unfortunately witnessing so many intractable situations of conflict, but science diplomacy can have a beneficial effect. Of course, there are fields where we see, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about biodiversity, when we talk in general of technological innovation, where this is already bringing fruits. But more can be done, even more than what came out of the Paris agreements in 2015 for climate change. More can come out if we use more and more the approach of science in diplomacy. So science in diplomacy consists of the fact that not necessarily you create bureaus of scientists that support traditional diplomacy, but it also means making sure that knowledge is available to those that are negotiating, that are discussing solutions in various fora, bilaterally or multilaterally. This is very important because we are not just talking of promotion, is not marketing, and as in many cases it has been in the past. I mean, it's not just promoting my best technology, my best knowledge in order to affirm certain marketing shares or gains. That's not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is really enriching the dialogue, stimulating that, and finding mutual solutions, finding solutions that, Monique, you are very much aware of those with the Sesame examples that you have been one of the promoters of, where in many cases we can see that countries or even local entities that might be rivalries in certain fields, they come and they start cooperating, and they normally start cooperating from the grassroots level, from the local level, and then you build up this sustainability, you scale up actually those interventions in order to make them profitable for all. So once solutions are profitable for all, obviously, you also surmount global challenges and you improve diplomatic relations. I want to mention, I hope we still have time, one of the activities that the World Academy is very much into it these days, we are very much involved, is the promotion of science diplomacy with the International Parliamentary Union. It is not represented in this discussion, but we had a specific specific slot during this conference dedicated to it, and you can find a record about it. That is extremely promising because, as you well know, parliamentarians represent people, represent the legitimate interest of people in all countries, and they must have access to the best possible knowledge in order to improve also their lawmaking capacities, to improving the laws themselves that they prepare, they pass, and review them and make sure that, again, their political sense is accompanied at all sides and in all time by a scientific knowledge. So that is also a function of I would say, not necessarily of scientific science diploma, but of scientific knowledge that has to be coupled with policy, and therefore, ultimately, with diplomacy, when we enter a multilateral field. So this, I believe, that will be also a key in the resolution of many conflicts worldwide. And I feel personally, I know, Monif, I would like to hear your opinion about that. I know we have time now, but I know that you, as I do, we feel that much can be done from a scientific, in our perspective as well, in order to resolve conflict, or trying to resolve conflicts, and trying to have a rapprochement among enemies, that ultimately, among people in particular, they may have the same sentiments. And so that has to be worked on across borders with knowledge transfer, for sure, overcoming challenges, and certainly working towards resilience. So this is work towards resilience through the diplomatic efforts and science diplomacy, as Maricela has shown to us, that I think is possibly an ingredient for successful diplomatic initiatives in the future, as it is right now. There are many examples that illustrate that. I don't know if we have time to mention them, but I think that again, in the Middle East, but also in Africa, in South America, Asia, etc., we have very many examples of successful initiatives that needs to be boosted, that needs to be reinforced and brought to the knowledge of the people, because, as someone said before, lots of this information is not shared. So we need to find a way, a system to make information available to all. Thank you, Monif.
Thank you very much, Donato. That was a fantastic expose of the ideas, or the nexus between science and diplomacy, and science for diplomacy. And incidentally, I've shared the link to your article, which appears in the Voice of New York. You can have a look at that if you like. Thank you also, Marcela, for your excellent expose. I think we have about 4 minutes, of which I will utilize a couple of minutes just to not summarize what we've talked about this afternoon. However, maybe to try and capture some guidelines that we can promote at WAAS, the World Academy of Arts and Science, and at collaborative meetings with organizations such as GESDA and other organizations. I think one of the ideas that has certainly been reiterated, but what I've heard this afternoon, is something that I've been thinking about for a while, and that is maybe we are seeing human leadership not keeping up with the pace of scientific and technological advancement. That is, the capacity of our decision makers all over the world to keep up with the pace of science, technology, and the advancement uh, uh, um, uh, happening in the scientific domain is not really fully appreciated by um, politicians and decision makers. And the capacity of science to deliver also is not really fully appreciated by decision makers. Of course, we are fortunate in this group that we have an academic who tried to be, who was a senior politician in his country, Professor Constantinescu. But that's a unique experience that I think other leaders can learn from. Secondly, I would say that even education is not really keeping up pace with scientific and technological advancement. By the time that a teacher delivers an idea in a math class or a physics class or a biology class, some clever kid with an iPhone can find the answer to the problem at hand in less than a femtosecond. So that is an issue that is affecting education and affecting the worldview of our students in understanding what's happening in the world. Thirdly, and my final point, I think this session has reiterated again something that I've believed in for a very long time, and that is science is a transboundary, trans-civilizational phenomenon. Science cannot be exclusively belonging to a certain culture or a certain civilization. It's like science transcends cultures and civilizations. Some scientific development might take place in China. The fallout from that, the result from that, will be felt all over the world in a very short time. So that is something that we need to be aware of whenever we are trying to frame science diplomacy for decision makers. And because the problems we face as a human race are transnational, climate change is transnational. You do not have a country suffering from climate change or water shortages or energy problems, insecurity. It's a phenomenon that crosses borders. Borders have no meaning in the face of phenomena such as climate change and loss of biodiversity, for example. And this is why I think we as a human race, we're lucky that we have science and technology at our disposal as a human race to address global problems. That is an issue that I think we need to focus on whenever we're conveying ideas to decision makers and politicians. Now, if there are any questions, I think we've been given some 8 more minutes, which is great. I don't think there are any questions, but if I may, I'll invite Emil to provide 1 or 2 words of wisdom at this stage at the conclusion of this session, and then I'll invite the other speakers and my co-rapporteur Phoebe to wrap up. So Emil, the screen is yours for 2 or 3 minutes if you kindly share with us some ideas.
It's difficult for me in such a company of high intellectuals and scholars. For me, now it's important to think on this special relation between cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy was my field in last 24 years, and science diplomacy. It's different together is different from classical diplomacy. Classical diplomacy based on power, political power, military power, economic power. Cultural diplomacy and science diplomacy is different. It's a soft diplomacy, but it's difference between us. Why? Cultural diplomacy is a fundament of cultural diplomacy, understanding the other, because we need to keep this extraordinary diversity of cultures, to respect identities, cultural identities. It's important for all people, not only politicians, to understood difference between political borders in, for example, European Union, and cultural borders. What represents European culture without Russia, without literature, Russian literature, art, music? It's not related to political regimes in the long space and time. If cultural diplomacy representing possibility to understanding other culture, other identities in a real dialogue, for Phoebe, in Greek philosophical, dialogue is not between two persons. Dialogue is representing at the end of debate, the level is more high for both. If cultural diplomacy is possibility to understanding the other, scientific, so Donato said, science diplomacy have not borders. For me, I am geologist in science. And in geology, don't exist border, political border. Mountains is the same rules in Alps, from Pyrenees to Himalaya is the same, on despite of the political borders. Science diplomacy is an instrument, because at beginning was the same language of science. And also is a problem of confidence. And what I said is important to the sense of science diplomacy focused on scientists, of scholars. Is a duty for the scholars to cooperate in this large community of scientists. But now is important to insist on the moral problems of capacity. All history of humankind was a history of using the scientists discovered for progress or for destroyed humanity. And now is a last moment. I hope inside of World Academy of Arts and Sciences to continue to talk about was our lady colleague, I salute you, the problem to insist on artificial intelligence. Because what said before is a difficult moment when technology is advanced and conscience, the problem of conscience now is important.
Thank you, Excellency, for a wonderful wrap-up. We have 2 minutes. Donato,
Yeah.
Professor Zhou, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you? Okay. Well, we can give you 50 seconds.
Thank you. Yes, because of the
Professor
sense
Zhu, go
of
ahead and then
technology
Donato. Go ahead, please.
because of the science and technology of industrial civilization, the planet now has over 8 billion population. And also that science and technology make our planet broken our final habitats. We need a new human civilization, and we need science and technology breakthrough to help us to secure our habitats and sustainable future. And that the new science and technology will not let us down, but we need to tackle our issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Donato?
Well, I believe in partnership building, and I think that science diplomacy is the perfect tool to forge new partnerships and to reinforce the ones that already exist. So let's work towards science diplomacy. I think the World Academy is a natural reservoir for it, lots of knowledge, lots of channels that can be activated. And we have our own campaign ongoing for human security, resilience, and therefore sustainable development, and ultimately peace. So this campaign that I think should unfold and continue unfolding towards peace, towards this peace offensive that we can all conduct together.
Last but not least, Phoebe, my co-chair, please.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to say that I think we all agree that science combined with transformative technologies create new pathways for making progress on difficult national, local problems. And it is instrumental that it's used as a force for good. I mean, in the 80s, the development of new refrigerants helped eliminate the opposition for the enactment of the Montreal Protocol.
Well, we've lost Phoebe again owing to some electricity problems in Athens. I'm sorry about that, but I think we can wrap up, and thank you all very much for an excellent session this afternoon. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
I am back. It's totally crazy with the power cut today. I'm really sorry. I just want to say that science offers solutions, but I agree that what we also derive from this talk is that we need to build trust between science and all other stakeholders in order to give space for mutual understanding and then enable this mutual understanding to function as a platform for advancement. Gary is also with us, the president of the World Academy of Art and Science. So I would give the last minute to Gary. Can we do that, Monique?
No problem, of course.
Monef asked me to give a word of wisdom to close our discussion. I think Erasmus in Rotterdam said it best, that science without conscience is a ruin of the soul.
Wonderful. Agreed. Thank you very much. Gary, you have the screen for a minute or two, if you like.
That's hard to follow Emil's quote. I just want to say briefly, first to thank you all for a very, very stimulating, important discussion. doing exactly what we'd hoped that our panels would do in this WAAS at 64. We didn't come here to solve all the problems of the world. We came here to ask the most important questions that the Academy should be focusing on as it goes forward. And I mentioned in the chat, it just so happens that the issue so beautifully raised by Emil and responded by others about the apparent and real contradictions that have to be reconciled between the development of pure knowledge and the use of that knowledge as a double-edged sword. The very next session coming up in the B stream is a session on the future of business education and how we recognize and train the future generation of our leaders to understand the entire range of issues that have been discussed in this meeting. Because business is a real source of power in the world, and we need that power. We need it to be used in the most constructive ways possible for the betterment of all, and that is a challenge for us, and I thank you for bringing it out so eloquently in this discussion.
Thank you all very much, and we'll move over to the following session.
Thank you.
Greetings. We're ready to begin, I think. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's like a typical conference. Every panel runs over. So there were a lot of speakers on the last panel. So greetings, everyone from around the world. And I thought, let's begin our session, AI in Education. And we're delighted to have this session. We'll let each of the panelists introduce themselves. I'll give a brief introduction, some questions, and hopefully some good interchange and dialogue. I will just say I'm Ralph Wolf, member of the WAAS board, WC, the World University Consortium Board, and spent the last half century, I should say, in higher education in a variety of roles, most recently before retirement, running quality assurance agencies in the US. I wanted, education has been a major emphasis of the World Academy. Obviously, the only way we're going to transform society is through education about the need for a new mindset, for a new approach to the problems, as the previous panel really addressed. And technology has proved to be a very powerful force for allowing what we call the massification of higher education. There simply could not be enough universities or schools with to provide education for all those in the world that need it. And online learning technology has provided means to allow for tremendous expansion and transformation of education. And it's become a huge industry. The question is, what is the impact of AI going to be? Artificial intelligence. Jim and I was watching one of the videos on your website, and I realized that call it, it should be called augmented intelligence. It's been around for a half century and in various forms. In the lab, in preparing for the panel, I've interviewed a number of people from a variety of sources, including serial entrepreneurs who are working in the AI field, to faculty. And I would just say I've heard everything from it's a total hype, and that because there's inability to get access to most of the data that's available in the world, and it's not there yet, all the way to it's going to revolutionize education at all levels and will be as big as Gutenberg's printing press. So somewhere we need to find a space in between. I would report that a survey came out, 2 surveys came out yesterday in the US that over the last 2 semesters, over half of all the students surveyed said they were using AI. And they found that it helped them improve grades, become more efficient, but only 14% of faculty in another survey found that wanted to use AI. They felt very concerned about the ethical issues, about cheating, all of the negative things that we've heard. And those concerns are not entirely unfounded. 27% of the students found that AI created misinformation or made up entirely things that were inaccurate. And one of the huge challenges we're going to face is how do we determine which is truth and which is false or misinformation? Pavel, one of our panelists, has used the term, we've moved into a post-truth world or a post-truth culture that hopefully, Pavel, you'll talk about in an excellent post. So we need expertise to address this. So I asked AI myself, using Perplexity, what are the best uses of education? And I think there are some very powerful uses, and I'll just highlight the top ones they cited: personalized learning, adaptive learning, automated grading and feedback, automated task automation, tutoring, assistive technology for those with disabilities, data analytics, language learning, predictive analytics, curriculum design, interactive learning experiences. There's tremendous experimentation with all of those areas going on, from Khan Academy to a lot of centers now in Khan Academy for K through 12 and higher education innovation centers. So our panel today, and we've shifted Jimena to a panelist because of the work. I wanted to, we'll bring very different perspectives to this, an academic perspective, as Amin, who works as a faculty member, is using AI and has written about it. There's an article in Cadmus that he's co-authored about it. Gemini wanted to address the issue. There's this whole issue of digital divide. Who is going to have access to this technology, to online learning, and now to the impact of AI? And Gemini, with her company Build Within, is demonstrating that it can be used to address those in the US, for example. There are 38 million people without degrees who need skill development, upskilling, and we need to address the needs of those people, not only the elite who go to the top schools. And Pavelushka is a futurist who's written extensively on this issue. So hopefully that we can bring multiple perspectives to this issue about the future of AI, how it's being used well today, and challenges that we face. So, Amin, let's begin with you, and to say, as a faculty member, you obviously are not one of the 14%. Oh, I should add one other statistic I thought was really interesting from the survey. Obviously, this is not you. 40% of the students said faculty absolutely barred them from using any AI in their classroom. And meanwhile, they're using it. So we have this huge gap. And I wonder what, if you might talk to your experience of how AI might be used in education as a faculty member who is in fact already using it.
Yes, thank you, Ralph, for that. Thank you for having me here today. Are you hearing me well?
Yes, and
Yeah,
please
all right.
introduce yourself too.
So, to present myself quickly, I'm Amin Jawadi. I'm a straight professor at ECE in Paris, in France. So, I'm affiliated to a laboratory of research in digital engineering and sciences. So, as you said, Ralph, earlier, that you asked, ChatGPT, for example, how to use AI in education, and then you got, multiple responses for that. And indeed, actually, this is what we are noticing today in our school, which is a graduate school, that we train students to be engineering in digital sciences and digital engineering as well. So I use artificial intelligence in my class. This is for sure, because artificial intelligence today is here, and when we have to cope with it, we can't really ban it, for students. If we ban it inside the organization, they will use it outside. This is for sure. So we have to cope with it. We need to help them how to use AI today for the learning process. So from my perspective, maybe I will take two perspectives. From my perspective as a teacher, as a professor in the school, and then as a student. From my perspective, AI helps me a lot in doing a lot of stuff. It eases the process to prepare the content that I will present to the student. It helped me to make the lessons more interactive with the students. If I find, for example, a student that have a lack of knowledge, or is struggling with the concept, I can go to the AI and ask them to help me in how to cope with this. So I can adapt, I can personalize the learning for them with the help of AI, of course. So it also helps me a lot in doing feedback, in feedback in real time with the help of AI. So, for example, I can do at any time a quiz, a test quickly, and then I can get the feedback quickly as well. So the student will get the feedback quickly, and this is very important because this is time consuming, for example, for grading, and also it gives me a lot of insight in data. How can I track the performance of the student, and how I can adapt the learning for him or for her. So this is from my perspective. From the students' perspective, because we ask students, if we ban artificial intelligence inside the school, what we're gonna do? They said, no, we have to have it, and we have to use it. And it's very helpful, because sometimes the students can't ask the question to the teacher quickly. So he goes to the AI and asks the question, and get he gets actually the response immediately for simple questions. So they can expand their learning, and they can back to us for specific questions, for the difficulties that they can encounter. So it helps me a lot in the learning process. This is for sure, and for us actually as well. It helps us a lot, for creating the content to present to them, and then for grading. And of course, there are a lot of challenges for generative AI specifically, because we have, the cheating problem. Maybe we'll talk about this later. So I don't know if we talk about cheating now or later on. What do you think, Ralph?
Let me ask you, if I may ask you a question, as a faculty member, you get training in AI or?
Well, this is this is what we need. This is what we need really. We need, for all teachers and faculty members, to be trained to use AI. Of course, there are different AIs, there are different tools. We can get training to all of them, but at least, for the most important things, specifically for ChatGPT and generative AI, we need actually to train, the faculty members how to use them effectively and responsibly, and then train students as well how to use them, not like to get the response for the question, but rather as assistant or an aid to get the response, and then to think about the creativity and how to get more efficiency with the help of AI, and not to use it like only like that, without any responsible way. So we need absolutely, to be trained about how to use AI in teaching or in education in general. This is very important point. Many institutions started to do that, how to train, the faculty members in how to use AI in education. But we have this problem that we have so many tools today, AI tools. So we need to get many people to train the faculty members. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's come back to the issue of cheating and as a second round, if we may, the whole issue of the ethics of AI. If I may, let's turn to Shimona, and you created a company that deals with what I would say the digital divide, the underserved, those who are not, those who need to enter the workspace or be upskilled in the workspace. And how are you using AI? You've created your own AI program, I see, and is it proving beneficial? And it's very similar in some ways to what Amin is talking about tracking students, but in a very different way with apprenticeships and internships. So please tell us how you're using AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. And first, the power of AI in education is unlimited right now because a lot of what we're doing, we didn't do 3 years ago. And so we're learning every day what works best. And so my first sentence is to say is shouldn't be artificial intelligence. In my opinion, is more like augmented intelligence. And you mentioned this before, because it's really made from humans. So it mirrors who we are. It comes from language that we speak. And so it really is human. And I feel like part of the fear that you shared earlier from teachers also comes from the branding that we have in this topic. And I think these type of conversations can be helpful to change a little bit of that perception of AI. So we, Build Within, is a software company based in the United States, and our team is fascinated by people and also the use of technology to help individuals realize their potential, but also help companies, employers identify and nurture talent that can be extremely helpful to the company, that can be a productive employee. So we are at the intersection of education and workforce. And we call our field, which is a new field, skills innovation, because regardless of degree or career experience or work experience, there are skills. And these skills are horizontal and they are vertical at the same time. We all have some skills. There's no one person with 0 skills, and there are no better skills or worse skills. It's more of a fit to a job. And so what we do at Build Within is to create technology that helps anyone, whether they have a degree or don't, whether they are 17 years of age and do not know what is next for them, to someone that retired and wants to keep working. And how do all of these individuals use the tools is through on-the-job training. We believe tremendously in the power of practice. For example, some of our tools will help someone that is a career changer to learn new skills and stack those skills to what they already have. We have AI coaches that will support someone who does not speak the language that is needing and get work done through an AI coach that translates the question or the answer. We also use AI coaches for the explanation of testing. So let's say someone is in the workplace with an expired certification. That happens a lot in technology, and it may need to take this certification again while working. Well, AI coaches for test preparation will help that person, quiz that person, go back and forth trying to make sure that he's understanding of the knowledge. So we use AI as an enhancement of the human capacity through applications that are specific to the needs of that specific employee or a person trying to break into a job, whether it's their first job or is their best job that they want to do. Another point I would love to make, and that came from your question, is the fact that the underserved is a big priority for us, and that is true. The reason being because there is an increasing, even though in perception is a decreasing, but in practice in the past years, we have seen more college degrees required for jobs that didn't require it. But we do see in the press a lot of CEOs saying we don't require degrees anymore. But in practice, in the job descriptions, in the interview process, the degrees have actually increased in number of requirements, which is interesting because you don't see that, like I said, in the press, in the legislations, you see the opposite. So we've seen an increase. The second thing is like we have data that shows that the majority of people in the world, they don't have a traditional university degree. And in fact, in the United States, which is a country that does not have a dual education program with apprenticeships like Switzerland or Germany and most of Europe, in the US, even in the US, only 62% of Americans have a college degree. And out of that 62%, only 50% use that degree for work. The rest of that 50% has graduated, and then they do now something completely different than they studied for. And they're using different skills in that job. So that degree not necessarily is helping them. There's another data point in the US that underserved populations are not better off with having a degree. In fact, many of them, there are specific case studies on people who, with a degree, they're more poor because now they have college debt. And so while I am a big proponent of having an education of any kind, I also believe, and our company believes, in the power of choice and giving people the opportunity to learn at every age. And this is where AI can be extremely helpful and equalizer, especially for someone who does not have a lot of traditional education, and especially in the workplace, which is not by practice in a, generally is not a place where lifelong learning is nurtured.
Very important. I work in that field too, and there are 19 states that have said college degrees are not required, but the practice is, if you're sorting out, a degree is a sorting mechanism to exclude those who have skills. Pavel, we'll come for a second round and come back, but Pavel, as a futurist, you've written a lot about the future of AI, about also some of the shadow side of AI. And what's your sense about where we are in the development of AI and between now and the future that's going to revolutionize education?
Thank you, Ralph. So first of all, I think it's important to remember that AI is an exponentially developing technology. So in this sense, it actually is not linearly evolving. It qualitatively shifts in its capacity at the scale that is not what human societies basically are used to. So we are facing some kind of factor in our human systems that we are not usually accommodated to. The exponential evolution means that what AI has been able to do a year ago, what it's able to do now, and what it will be able to do in 5 years will be radically different things. So, for example, already now, the idea that AI can be a thinking partner for every professional is what technologies like ChatGPT-4 can do. But the next generation of ChatGPT, ChatGPT-5, can do much more than that. So if we think, how do we adapt to technologies like this? How do we integrate them? Will they revolutionize education? Of course, they will. And I'm going to talk about a few scenarios right now, and maybe we can expand in the second round. But one of the things we need to remember is that that's what Jimena talks about, is that professionals that are going to learn with AI will also use it in their workplace afterwards. So we cannot create a sterilized space of learning, which is free from using AI, and encourage students not to use AI to show their personal creativity and then go to the workplace and use AI there. So we have to accept that AI will be factor of our working environments everywhere. So we have to integrate it into every aspect of learning as well, which means that we have to change our evaluation approaches. We have to change the way we organize our learning journeys and so on. So as you rightly say, Ralph, we are currently in between the dark scenarios in the evolution of AIs and really optimistic ones. The truth will lie probably somewhere in the middle, but we have to be aware that there are both the dark and the bright ones. So for example, if we think about the personalized learning, which is like, I call it the holy grail of education, because every education system wants to be really personalized for every learner, but at the same time, they currently operate on these standardized approaches. So if you think, how can AI amplify it? The optimistic scenario I call something like mirror on the wall kind of situation, where you have a digital mirror constantly feeding back to you how to amplify the best qualities in you, how to see where you can evolve. So some kind of magic mirror supporter, which can help you build up what Vygotsky called the zone of proximal development and constantly grow in those opportunities. But the darker side is what we can call the golden cage scenario, where the same tools are used to constrain learners, to constantly scaffold them, to constantly kind of guide them in a way that people lose the ability to be explorative, to be courageous. They constantly rely on this tool, and they're kind of in the beautiful environment that constantly supports them, but they're in the golden cage and they lose the ability to have those initiative, for example. So these are like, let's say, two parameters. Same goes with teachers. It can be a beautiful teacher assistant, enhancing teachers, liberating them from administrative work. But it can also start replacing teachers and actually making them redundant in many regards, which of course will require teachers to rethink a lot of like, what do they actually do with students if AI constantly, again, controls them and reduces them to some kind of Uber driver who is told how to, drive on the prescribed route. if we think about inclusivity, AI can open up to the world of knowledge, but it can also hone in and say you can only use such and such resources. So I can continue on and on, but I think the main message is this, that we can see AI either as a tool that liberates and empowers learners and actually accompanies us on that learning journey for life, being our supporter and like a guide in that path. Or it can be a tool to actually oppress and limit human capability. And the choices with our designs and our mindsets and our choices. And to finish my statement, I think our systems up till now, the industrial education, as some people call it, have been more oppressing than liberating. So we need to start rethinking what are the principles we are using in education in general, and how do we use AI to cement those principles, or do we use it to evolve those principles?
And who's going to make those decisions, right? At the granular level, it's each teacher. At the macro level, it's going to be those who put the information in the large language learning models. And
how students are invited to do this? Do they have a voice in this process as well?
That's right.
Yeah, I want to go to back to Amin. You raised the issue of cheating. I'd like to broaden it from cheating to the larger ethical issues that AI represents, cheating being one of them. One of the big concerns that we all have is that, just as Pavel is saying, AI can lead people into a misinformation trap. It can lead people into, and we see this this has been throughout history. History is always the story of the victors, but who defines curriculum, right? And what goes into a curriculum and what information, particularly in some of the humanities and social sciences. And so how do you work with students to be able to discern? I think a question for all of us, for the panelists, but let me ask, let's go around and say, how do we educate around to make determinations around the ethical issues? And I'll just say one thing. I was listening to a podcast of an MIT professor who has been working with AI and businesses and saying that you still need the expertise. So let's say with the radiology for X-rays, AI can read X-rays equally as well as a human, and in some cases can discern areas that a human could not see, but it can also make huge mistakes. So somebody needs to be able to evaluate that human capacity. But the same is true about truth and misinformation and disinformation, which exists already in the internet. So I wonder, now you're dealing with hard science and in physics and the like, but it's not just an issue of cheating. And I wonder if we might address that issue of integrity, ethics, discernment, that is going to make the difference as we continue to see AI expand throughout all of the workplace and education. Amin, I'll begin with you. Are you muted?
Yeah, thank you, Ralph. Yeah, my microphone is closed. So cheating is not a great word for ethical use. Or maybe we'll talk about ethical use of AI rather than cheating. So what we do here is really we educate students a lot about how to use this artificial intelligence responsibly. So that means actually we talk about integrity a lot. About the potential consequences of misuse of these artificial intelligence tools. So usually what we do, a lot of training, a lot of workshop with them. We try actually to educate them how to use specifically generative AI, like ChatGPT, as BART, etc. So we told them, okay, we're gonna use them. We have the response. We have the solution for our question, for our problem. But we need actually use it like an assistant, not a shortcut. No, we want to copy paste the response. We will go and then we talk together how to work together in collaborative way and try to get the solution together. So we do a lot of ethical training workshop with the students, with the faculty members as well. This is the most important thing, because we have this problem of plagiarism, we have this problem of cheating, we have the problem of taking the credit of someone else, because we don't know what's behind these AI tools, database, etc., etc. So it goes through workshops, training, education. We try to train the students how to use these AI tools.
I will say cheating has been an issue ever since time began, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I've seen surveys that show over a quarter of students identified that they cheated in the last term in one fashion or another. There's contract papers, there are all kinds of sources, and pre-AI. So it's only
if I can add something, Ralph, to the cheating situation, I think the concept of ethical anything applies to everything, right? I think what happens with technology is that it's often at the center of the controversy, because people that don't use technology or create technology avidly, they tend to fear it. And those that have used it or created in depth, they fear it too, because they see the power. So fear normally causes confusion, and it causes sometimes those that need these tools the most to be restricted from using them. So I do worry a lot about the negativity that is surrounding AI, because that has been happening with technology as well in the past years. And to me, when people talk about cheating, the issue is really not cheating. That's not the tool, the method is not the issue, is the action, and why is that happening? So if a child or a college student is cheating, it's because that teacher interaction didn't work for that person to learn what needed to learn. And so you have a teaching and learning issue, not a cheating issue, in my opinion. That's just a symptom. In the workplace, when I have had this question coming up, when one time we onboarded a apprentice into the platform that is used in the US by many employers to manage register apprenticeships, official apprenticeships. And the manager said, well, I don't know if I feel comfortable with Johnny using Maestro, which is the name of our main AI coach. And she said, I don't know if I feel comfortable with him using Maestro, because I want him to get his work done. How am I gonna know if he's getting his work done? Which could be another form of cheating. So I asked her, I said, what are your outcomes? What are you trying to accomplish? And this was a digital marketing apprentice. And so she said, well, I want our brand to improve. I want everyone to recognize the work that we do and see it in our social media. So I said, what else? Well, I want to have more followers in social media. What else? I want more customers coming from those followers. So I said, okay, brand recognition, more social media activity and engagement, more sales. And so I said, so what Johnny is going to be using AI for is to help him come up with clever ideas for posts on Twitter. It's going to have several alternatives. Even he will be able to have these tweet posts ready to go in several languages, and it's going to do it faster. So the ultimate goal is not going to come from this, but through this assistance, he is going to be able to be faster, to be more effective, which ultimately can lead to your goal. And I said, would you prefer that he spends half the day thinking about what clever way can be out there to create a tweet post, or having a tweet post with bad grammar? Or do you prefer that he focuses on the return of investment, on analyzing the data, on adjusting the posts, on making sure that is someone ready to talk to these potential customers and close a contract? And so she said, oh, you're 100% right. Yes, of course. I just didn't see it like that. So I think is the fear sometimes blurs our judgment. And that's what we have to try together. And I appreciate this conversation and what Pavel and Amin say, because we have to take these conversations to educate teachers that the train already left the station. And if they don't get on the train fast, the students, which are already distrusting the school system, who are already not enrolling in college as much as they used to, and also not choosing college, and also dropping out from high school, they are already doing this. That already, I mean, you can see the chat. We just read in the chat that somebody said, you said that teachers can harm students. So I think the technology and AI are tools that are used, that should be used, and Pavel said this before, to the betterment of the humankind. And that's on us. And just like teachers have a portfolio of supplies, pens, pencils, maybe a whiteboard, maybe some software, there is also AI. And the last thing, if you don't learn as an educator well how to get technology accessible for your classroom, but also if the school system, the principals, the deans don't actually invest in the proper technology, of course, the students are going to go to the free tools. ChatGPT bot is free. Nothing is free in life. You give them your data in exchange. So not because I sell software, but because companies that actually work in applications that have safeguards exist for a reason. So you don't have to be in environments where some of the information is going to be wrong, that are going to be hallucinations and all of those things. They won't happen in platforms like Build Within, but of course they will happen in platforms that could happen in platforms that are free on the web.
Thank you. And I will say what you're also describing, both Amin and you, the need to define clearly the pedagogy and how AI fits in that pedagogy and what the outcomes are, and to integrate it as an augmented model. Pavel, we only have a few minutes left, but you have written thoughtfully about the shadow side, about misinformation, disinformation. How do we get around some of these issues? Same way others been talking about educate. How do we educate the discernment? As you wrote about so many journals or so many falsified scientific studies that predated AI, but now AI can accelerate falsification. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, on one hand, as Ximena said, the train has already left the station. We are in this reality. And actually, I can hear from people that are reviewers at academic journals that they're currently already being flooded by AI-generated articles, or articles that massively use AI-generated text. And it's just one of problems, is that can we trust AI when it generates these texts? Can we trust AI when it generates, for example, facts for textbooks? Because the problem of AI hallucination has not been resolved so far. It hallucinates massively, and it gets increasingly hard to discern, indeed, for us humans to do. Does that field of knowledge or does this reference exist? So we need creating AI that is trustworthy. Probably is one of first tasks for really applying it in the context of education and academic work beyond creation of text, administrative tasks, and things like this. So that's one of the things that is currently explored. The problem is that AI can also be used. Let's say there is a problem of ignorance about issues such as AI hallucination, but there can also be an intentional use, like what you can call malevolent use of AI, for example, to plant some kind of knowledge or to construct some knowledge field. Just think about the case of Theranos and how it has been one of the biggest hoaxes, very unfortunate one, in the medical industry in the last decade, attracting hundreds of millions of dollars and misleading investors. So if we have somebody who believes that technology can work and start using AI to generate articles to create like a false trail of proven evidences that this is technology to be invested into, how can we protect ourselves from this kind of thing? How can we protect ourselves if some governments want to indoctrinate children on issues that academic communities largely don't believe to be true, especially when it comes to interpretations of history, but there are many more things, teaching science and so on. These are big risks. And I think they are also coupled with a risk that we have not discussed, but it's, I think, one of the hugest is actually there is AI can use to indeed amplify the better qualities in humans, but it can also be used to limit these qualities, to take away much of human agency. So if we couple all of these things, we are entering a very turbulent times ahead of us. You mentioned Gutenberg Press in the beginning. Gutenberg Press, on one hand, liberated human knowledge. It created the whole modern civilization. It has also been the seed for some of the most devastating wars and conflicts in the history of humanity, starting with a 30-year war in Europe, the conflicts between Protestants and Catholics. That's only the beginning, and it was made possible with Gutenberg Press. Now, AI is much more potent than Gutenberg Press. It can do much more. So in education and beyond. So learning that this is a double-edged sword, so to say, a technology that can be used to good things and to bad things. I think the most important thing is to have transparency around those things, to have clear decision systems, to have some accountability to society, to teachers, to learners, to general public. This will be the most important thing in the design and application of AI as we go forward.
Thank you. We're out of time. I'll just close by saying thank you all for participating and joining this. We've only barely touched the surface. We need to be careful, as in the chat, what words we use, how we move forward. I will say one thing we didn't touch on, I've focused on a lot of my career, is the power of certification and the meaning of a degree, and that what AI and personalized education and technology larger than that could take away the certification or redefine what constitutes certification. Chimena, you're doing this in Build Within, certification different from a degree, focusing on skills. And I can see a shift that AI can accelerate that process and really challenge the traditional model of what constitutes certification beyond completion of credits and 3 or 4 years and seats in a university, but really about demonstration and evaluation of credits. And to connect this all to WAAS, how do we instill the values of human security, of sustainability, of human-centered learning, rather than to continue to separate us as much of what social media has the capacity to do. So we're just at the cusp. I think, as you were saying, Pavel, we're in the beginning stage of an evolution of AI, but as we are with the internet and with social media and so many other uses of technology. So thank you all very much. Thank those in the chat for listening in. And I hope we can continue the conversation. Thank you. And
thank you. Thank you so
appreciate
much.
all your participation.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
And I don't know what the administration, Gary, if you're still there, or Suji and or Janani.
You can remain and we will transfer you to the other room as an attendee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a great session.
Thank you.
Take care all.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning, Stacy.
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
Hi. Very well,
Morning.
thank you.
Yeah, this is LJ.
Dr. Jang, is that how you pronounce the name, the last name? Jang?
Yeah, just call me LJ. LJ or Dr. Zhang, whatever you want.
Ah,
Yeah.
hi, Anika.
Hi.
Is it Anika or Anika?
It's Anika, but I go by whatever anyone can say and write like you say. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure connecting with you all here, all pioneers. I've read about each one of you in detail, your interviews, and I know we just can't have this conversation in 50 minutes. It's just not possible. So this should continue afterward.
This is a starting
Thank you
point.
Yes, starting point. Thank you for bringing us together.
Yeah.
So were you able to place, find a place where you can connect to the internet? Was that tough? Stacy, you had trouble logging in?
Oh, it wasn't the internet. It was my actual microphone went out on my laptop, so I'm having to do it on my cell phone, which is it's fine. Hopefully it works. The sound is okay.
Sounds very good.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, great.
We'll
Super.
start exactly at 8:30 my time. So where are
My
you
time
from,
is
Anika?
11 p.m.
It's what? Sorry?
11 p.m. in China.
11. Oh.
Oh, wow.
So the last hour for today's working hour.
Shows
That's
how
right. You're
committed you are.
making a full day of it. Yes.
I seem to have lost your, I can't hear you, Ranjan.
I think you're muted, Ranjan. Oh, okay. So where are you from, Anika? India or?
I'm half Indian, half Italian. I grew up in many countries. Right now, I'm in Portugal visiting my my parents.
Great.
But I'm normally based in London.
Okay. Great to know that. Okay.
Very nice weather here, I have to say.
I've heard this cliche where it rains all the time in England. Anyway, I think I'm going to start 1 minute early. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. So good morning, afternoon, good evening to everybody gathered here. A very warm welcome to all of you. Today, we will explore ways to maximize preparation and support for the adoption and adjustment to the changes, to the revolutionary changes brought about by emerging AI technologies, while exploring ways to minimize the threats resulting from the resistance that we usually have to new technologies and our latent incapacity at times to seize those opportunities. So we have a very exciting panel lined up for you. First, let me introduce myself. I am Ranjani Ravi, Associate Editor of Cadmus Journal, a transdisciplinary journal of the World Academy of Art and Science. Cadmus is dedicated to fresh thinking and new perspectives that integrate knowledge from all fields of science, art, humanities to address real life challenges, and issues, inform policy and decision making, and enhance our collective response to global challenges and opportunities. I am also an associate fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science and senior research analyst at the Mothers Service Society, an educational research institute based in Pondicherry, India. So when WAAS was founded in 1960, it began as this agency for human welfare. And the tradition still continues to this day. The WAAS project, Human Security for All, is a unifying theme, an all-comprehensive integrated approach, what we call an umbrella term that encompasses all aspects of human and societal well-being. The project stresses the importance of addressing societal implications of emerging technologies as well, such as AI. So artificial intelligence, we believe, has the potential to be this transformative force in the realm of human security and achieving the SDGs on time. This panel will move towards a narrow view of AI as a standalone technology. Instead, we will explore its multifaceted role within a holistic approach centered on human well-being. So let me introduce our distinguished panelists now. Dr. Liang-Ji Zhang is a pioneering AI and digital transformation expert. He's distinguished professor at the College of Computer Science and Software Engineering and the director of the Center for AI Services Computing at Shenzhen University, China. He's an IEEE fellow with extensive industry experience, having served as Chief Technology Officer at King D International Software Group, listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and Chief Architect of Industrial Standards at IBM. As for Stacy Lawson, she is the Vice Chairman of Y Green Energy Fund, an innovative clean energy finance company which has deployed over $2 billion in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and climate resiliency projects. Prior to leading Y Green, Stacy was a candidate for US Congress in California's 2nd Congressional District, where she advocated for critical economic, environmental, and societal initiatives. She is a change maker and a conscious leader. Her most recent passion project, the Human Evolution Project, aims to bridge ancient science with modern technology to foster a transformative community dedicated to the upliftment of humanity. Anika Rao, or Anika Rao Monari, is a youth leader, an AI and blockchain entrepreneur, the founder of Klee AI, an AI research tool that understands the human context to deliver instant, highly accurate, and fully trustworthy responses. A former physicist, Anika has been recognized by Forbes as one of the under 30 notable young people who can make a difference in the world. So I would request our panelists here to be fairly brief so we can keep the momentum going. Thank you, and let us begin. Let me address the first question to Dr. Zhang here. So given your extensive experience in both academia and industry, what do you see as the most significant barrier to the widespread adoption of AI technologies, specifically in AI, educational institutions, and how can we overcome them? Dr. Zhang, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm quickly share with you how AI shapes the future of education and research. Good morning, good afternoon, evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here today to discuss the impact of AI on education and research. As we stand on the brink of major technological advancement, AI's integration into education and research is very, very important. Today, I will explore how AI is enhancing traditional methods and paving the way for new approaches. The first item I want to share with you is personalized learning through AI. Let's begin with education. One of the biggest contributions of AI is personalized learning, which tailors educational experience to meet individual students' needs. Concept adaptive learning platform like Discovery Educational Dreambox Math, which modify contents in real time to suit the learner's pace and style. This AI-driven approach ensures that no student is left behind, adapting to changes such as learning difficulties or fast learners. Additionally, AI extends to virtual tutors and assistants, providing students with on-demand academic support. Tools like ChatGPT offer hands-on learning experience that was, very important in classroom. For instance, I have used ChatGPT to add more supporting materials for my course, computer ethics, and prepare multiple choice exams for in-class use. ChatGPT provides instant feedback and explanations, making learning more interactive and personalized. So these examples show how AI supports and enhances personalized learning. The second item I want to share with you is AI in academic research. Moving into the research, AI is changing how we gather, analyze, and understand vast amounts of data in fields like the mathematics, genomics. AI algorithms can process huge data sets to find patterns that would take human eyes to analyze, for years. This capability is crucial for breakthrough like personalized medicine. For example, AI's ability to model complex systems have transformed scientific experiments. For example, climate scientists using AI to predict weather patterns, and model climate change with greater accuracy than ever before. Like tools, for example, ChatGPT can assist researchers by quickly summarizing large amounts of scientific literature, like papers. So we can easily to use ChatGPT to identify key research trends and generate some new ideas. When I extended, the computing technologies from personalized personal computers to cloud computing, all the pricing models, ecosystems, and ethics have changed. So I used ChatGPT to introduce the latest cloud computing technologies and the ethical considerations into my students. So additionally, during my research, I use AI to detect fake contents in AI-generated content, AIGC. So you can say we can use lots of large language models with expertise in deepfake detection. So AI can be really used to enhance our research experience. The last point I want to make is, we can use AI to pioneer new academic frontiers. AI is not just the enhancing existing practices, it's pioneering entirely new frontiers in academia. So like lots of cross-discipline research, especially in the intersection of AI and other disciplines, we can use AI to provide insights into how human cognitions and the learning process can be used to model the AI ecosystem, and also to help us, to discover what's the major components of an AI system in the future. So AI-powered tools like ChatGPT can really facilitate those innovations by providing real-time data analytics and enhancing collaborative research efforts. So those initiatives are just the beginning of, using AI to explore new research directions. So to recap, AI enhances personalized learning, empowers researchers and scientists to handle complex data, to pioneer new academic research directions. So I urge all stakeholders in education and research to embrace these AI-driven innovations. The future is here, and it is filled with endless possibilities. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to seeing how each of you will continue to this exciting innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. We'll come back to you in a bit. So I'm moving over to Stacy now. So given the rapid advancement of AI and its integration into daily life, we need an AI, I think. It's not just me, it's the entire world that incorporates values from wisdom literature, including religious, spiritual, philosophical texts. Is such a wisdom AI being built? Why do you think it matters? especially for youth?
Well, first, let me thank you for being on the panel. I appreciate the opportunity to join you for this important conversation. And the sort of the lens I'm looking through is one that's related to the Benevolent AI Coalition that I recently co-founded, that's focusing largely on wisdom AI, as you mentioned, bringing together builders and funders to both look at how we use AI to elevate human consciousness, but also how we can envision, design, and build more conscious and wise AI. So first, let me sort of address your question of, is this being built? Why is it important? I would say if we just go back to first principles, right, the ultimate goal of artificial intelligence, I would argue, is to develop technology that serves humanity, right? That in all cases improves our capacity to perform, to create, to innovate, to flourish. And yet, I think we would all agree that intelligence alone, like just simply our cognitive abilities to reason and problem solve, right, does not and has not guaranteed the well-being of either individuals or societies. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition, right? It is not intelligence, but rather wisdom that is associated with things like greater well-being, thriving, happiness, health, even the longevity of the species, right? And so the target for our technology need really be artificial wisdom, or wisdom AI instead of just artificial intelligence. And I think that wisdom can also serve to mitigate the risks of AGI and super AI. So then the question becomes, what is wisdom and how do we build it into AI? And really, it's interesting that, of course, wisdom has been addressed in our religious and philosophical context for millennia. But in terms of like the Western scientific model of studying wisdom, it's really only been the last 50 years or so, starting kind of in the 1970s, where we started looking at the components of wisdom. And that sort of helps us understand what might be built into AI. So there's not one single definition of wisdom, but I wanted to share some of the pieces that it includes. So things like pro-social attitudes and behaviors. So things like empathy and compassion and loving kindness, altruism, things like moral reasoning, emotional regulation, which, does that apply to AI or not, right? Diversity of perspective. So this ability to value relativism and tolerate a plurality of ideas and viewpoints. Things like ethical decision-making, dealing with uncertainty, like, weighing and balancing decisiveness with ambiguity. How do we act in that regard? Capacity for self-reflection, for self-understanding. So these things are, these become the primary questions I believe we should be looking at as a society, which is, how do we train, test, evaluate AI on these wisdom principles? And so I don't believe that's being done widely now. In my conversations with LLM kind of foundational models and big tech, it's not a high priority at this point. We've really looked more at how to do no harm. Right? And so the Benevolent AI Coalition is basically convening individuals from those industry perspectives to come together to develop open source frameworks, data sets, training, and evals that can be offered, as industry resources into the collective field, into the commons, so to speak, that provide these resources for LLM training on wisdom AI, so that we can start to build models that actually incorporate more of that best practice of collective human wisdom. And I would just, as a side note, say I welcome anyone on the call today who's interested and knowledgeable in these areas to join us in that.
That's wonderful. You've given us a lot of, you've made us question the fundamentals of how the whole thing works. And I'll get back to you soon, Stacey, with another question that has been running behind my mind. So anyway, Anika, given the impressive advancements in AI-powered search engines, where do you see the limitations of current search paradigms. So how can AI search engines leverage their unique capacities to address these shortcomings and fundamentally transform the way users interact with information discovery?
Thanks. Thanks also for having me. I really wanted to say, Stacey, it's very interesting what you're talking about. In fact, we are busy looking at different models for how do you go from a kind of supervised learning model to a more kind of self-learning conscious model with all of these different layers that reflect how experience affects wisdom, which then affects some core instincts that you might have as a human, and then kind of spits it all back out again, and starts defining this model. So it's really interesting that you're doing that. I'd love to be a part of what you're doing. So I just wanted to say that first. It does tie back. Thank you very much for the question. It's interesting. My answer does actually tie back to what both Stacey and I think essentially the way that search engines today classify and evaluate the kind of quality of information is overweighted towards syntactic, as such, like structural kind of attributes of the information. In other words, if you're looking at how well structured a web page is, whether they're using different tags and things like this, if they have information that's kind of put together in a particular way, often that actually requires a lot of funding to do right, and it requires you working with the right people to do right, and it doesn't account for the kind of semantic quality of the information that's being put forward. And AI search engines, I think they have the ability to evaluate the semantic quality and put forward different features of information that are related to, for example, the validity of the information. So in other words, is it an opinion, or is it something that's true? And it also has the ability to evaluate the completeness of the information and its relevance to like a certain point, right? Rather than it, mentioning the point, it is the overall theme and, point that the information is conveying, is that actually related to the original point, or is it just side information that ultimately prevents you? And I don't know about you, but I've spent hours on Google, like looking through all the links, clicking on all of them, going through, looking to see if it was the right information or not, and it wasn't. So AI search engines have the ability to kind of combat this. I also think, based on what Stacey is saying, they have an ability to also evaluate different features to do with things like emotional information about, maybe the opinion that someone's writing, or, like the prediction of some events. So there's a lot of interesting things that you can do. And, hopefully you will not have to scroll through 10 pages of Google to get your answer. So hopefully that answers your question.
I like your honesty, Anika, and
Thanks.
So I think we'll have time for one more set of questions, and right. So anyway, we'll start with Dr. Zhang again. With your background in leading academic research and industrial projects, can you share some successful examples of AI applications in industry that could be adapted for use in educational settings?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Anika. I think one successful example is using AI for predictive analytics in customer service. to personalize the user experiences, because in the customer support, we need AI assistant to help, take some questions and answer automatically. So this kind of AI solutions can be adapted in education to predict student performance and provide personalized learning pathways. Another example is AI-driven chatbots used in customer support, which can be used as a virtual tutors or teaching assistants in our educational settings, especially when I use the large language model with the RAG to create my localized large language models to support my teaching, my course, like a computer ethics, that can be easily used in class. So this kind of AI-driven solutions can be used in multiple industries or in multiple industry settings, like the customer support technologies can be used in educational settings or even in other AI-driven scenarios. This is my take. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the succinct answer. So, Stacy, back to you. How can we intentionally and consciously design and implement AI systems to promote human well-being? Specifically, what measures can be taken to ensure that AI applications prioritize mental health and the overall quality of life?
Interesting. Okay, so I would say that mostly thus far, right, we've been kind of stuck in this era where the paradigm is around doing no harm, right? That's the kind of target function. And, of course, we don't want AI to do things like commit crimes or recruit children into human trafficking or deceive or offend people. And rightly so, but that's been a fairly low bar, right? A friend of mine who runs AI products at one of the big tech companies recently described our current large language models as basically 8 to 12-year-olds. Basically, be polite and don't make a mess of things. And so, the primary focus thus far has been on cutting the left tail of the bell curve to avoid the bad stuff, which we all hear about, and we've all heard, doomsday scenarios and so forth. It has not been so much about ensuring or amplifying the right tail of the curve or moving the sort of full distribution to the right, with an explicit focus on human flourishing. And I believe that's been a market failure. Now, to be fair, AI researchers and engineers are math and technology geniuses, not philosophers, ethicists, social scientists. And they're hired to build technically, impressive things, not to worry about humanistic values. So let me give you an example of where this could be shifted, right? So in AI, we have this concept of alignment, which you've probably heard about. It's an attempt to train the large language models on human preferences around ethical behavior. Now, so the AI research teams will write up guidelines for RLHF, reinforcement learning through human feedback, which is this iterative process where humans interact with the AI to train it on human preference. And yet they hand over those guidelines to contractors to perform the alignment, right? So it kind of begs the question, alignment with what kind of human, right? How conscious a human? And so the empirical answer to that is, according to researchers at UC Davis, if you run the large foundational models through a stages of consciousness framework, right, the LLMs score roughly the same as the average human, right? Which, in a certain way isn't surprising. This makes sense because the pre-training data is the average of the internet, right? It's Reddit and Twitter and TikTok and a whole bunch of stuff that's kind of a lower expression of human consciousness. Now, the post-training models are a little bit better, but certainly not in a category that we'd call WAAS, right? So this is both a market failure and a huge opportunity, I believe, right? That we can advance AI with humanistic values. Imagine instead AI trained on the accumulated knowledge of the world's great wisdom traditions. And imagine that engaging wisdom keepers and trauma therapists, social scientists, psychologists, neuroscientists, all in this alignment and training work. Like it's both embedding appropriate data set and data set annotations in the models, but it's also around how we train and evaluate, how we're hitting these benchmarks that I mentioned earlier of wisdom measures. And I would say, I would close with this, that I think for the next 1 to 3 years, as the industry focuses mostly on individual human level agents, so not AGI or super AI, that this miss on the wisdom front is an unfortunate miss, but not like an enormous problem. But in the next 3 to 5 years, as we start to see more and more distributed agents, so collective societies of agents moving around the web, specializing and cooperating agent to agent, where we have less view from a human perspective into what and how they're working, that these pieces around wisdom, both the wisdom metrics and as well as the training and evaluation of the models associated with wisdom metrics, right, will become a much, much more important topic.
Thank you so much. Now over to Anika. See, the future demands that we be adaptable, emotionally intelligent individuals who can lead with purpose, right? This needs a shift in our collective perspective and perception. So as a collective, we usually see, any new technology for that matter, we've been seeing AI as a threat for the most part. For example, leaving people behind without a job safety net, for instance. So what proactive steps do you think we can take to harness the potential of AI while mitigating potential risks and threats?
Yeah, thanks. It's actually an interesting question, because obviously I've worked with enterprises before trying to implement, different AI strategies and help with, a kind of advancements, in essence of different processes and things. And it's such a difficult one because obviously you have to learn about the processes. So you have to kind of go down onto the floor and speak to the people doing the different things. And basically you're there talking to them, ultimately, in some sense to replace them or replace parts of what they do. And, they kind of know that and you kind of know that. And it's this unspoken sort of awkward thing in the middle. I think that that's really one of the problems, that, it's like, under development, like people's skills obviously have to change and adapt as certain, processes kind of come to fruition with an AI replacing it or what have you. But I actually think there's a different opportunity, with AI to kind of help humans without replacing them, but actually empowering them. I was thinking a lot, looking at all the elections and things going on, and the topics that are covered for the most part are very unrelatable to the regular human. Certainly myself, it's talking about certain social policies and economic policies that are quite technical, and I don't understand fully how it affects my daily life as a normal person. And that's kind of a problem, because then you have these politicians who use fear-mongering tactics and regular kind of human kind of sort of ultimately marketing tactics to kind of get to people, right? And convince them essentially of what they should be voting for. But, actually, it's not really that fair, because the other politicians are, they actually are saying very good things and very reasonable things that actually would really affect people's lives in a positive way. But people don't really understand that. And I think AI could be a really nice bridge between a lot of the kind of more esoteric information that people speak about, and you know, the more regular person, and kind of bridging, you know, the as Stacey's talking about, the kind of wisdom. Really, it can, if you get it right, it can kind of bridge the gap between why should I care and how will this affect me on a day-to-day basis, and you know, this is the scientific, rigorous, you know, well-defined economic or social policy and the budget distribution that we've chosen to do, right? And you know, then you kind of have a nice, you empower a lot of people who may not have the education or the means or the interest, really, in you know, voting or understanding those things, but at the end of the day, they care about what happens in their daily lives. So I'd say for me, that's one of the biggest benefits. You won't have, you know, I probably shouldn't say so on here, but you know, situations that are not really ideal. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anika. So we'll have some time for, you know, expressing your conclusion, or, you know, any remark that you think will add some, you know, some extra richness to this discussion. So we'll start with you, Dr. Jiang. Any concluding remarks to enrich this already rich discussion?
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a great discussion. I really want to emphasize one item I think is very important, including AI ethics in school curriculums is very important for, you know, a few reasons. Number one is safety, because your AI can do a lot of things, but it can also, you know, create problems. So learning about AI ethics can really help students use it safely and responsibly. The second item I want to mention is equality. AI affects people and the society. Understanding the impacts help create systems that are fair and inclusive for everyone. So AI capability should be, you know, be used by everyone, not just, you know, used by a set of people. Number three is laws. Many places have rules about using AI right now. So knowing this kind of rules can help students follow them in, you know, the future jobs or even in the projects. The last one is values, because learning AI ethics can really help students think, you know, critically about the what's right and what's wrong, making better choices when, you know, creating AI-related technologies. In short, you know, the teaching AI ethics in school, you know, can really help create responsible developers and ensures AI is used in a way that benefit everyone and benefit the society as a whole. Yeah, thank you very much. This is what I want to say.
Thank you so much for your insights. Stacey, I have a specific question for you. You know, in light of the conclusion that you will make, since you were talking about humanistic psychology, how do you think AI can help us become, I know it's a vague question, it's too general, but how can it help us become individualized, or, you know, aid in this process of individuation or self-actualization? What do you think is the role of AI in that process?
Yeah, that is a big question. Yeah, maybe I'll answer it in kind of a pragmatic way, actually, because you've mentioned youth several times, and, you know, Dr. Jiang's talked about education, and Annika, these issues around how do we sort of maintain our agency and educate ourselves. So this kind of leads to this question of how do we interact with AI to make us more to help us evolve, become more conscious, self-actualized, as you say. And of course, not all of us have direct influence over how AI is being built, but we all have direct control over how we engage with AI. And so I would offer maybe a couple of suggestions in that realm to sort of maximize our sort of hopefully benevolent self-actualization curve, right? So the first, and these are pretty pragmatic, but the first is to really engage now. So start becoming an expert with the tools. I would suggest that young people and all of us get access to all the public LLMs, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, whatever you can, and to use them on a daily basis because, so to give them each the same prompt and see how they respond, see what each is good at, persist in perfecting your prompts and learning how to best kind of elicit from AI what you care about, learn how to use them to become an enhanced human, right? And explore other AI applications and tools that are relevant alongside your work, your schoolwork, your hobbies. I think this experience will be highly valuable as things get more complex with distributed agents, right? That we will actually increasingly become managers of these teams of agents. And so what are your management skills? Like we'll all have AI assistants and tutors and helper experts and consultants. And it'll be really helpful to get comfort now with the individual agents, right, as we transition into managing teams of distributive agents, just so that we feel a comfort level in how to use AI for our highest benefit and flourishing. Okay, the second suggestion would be around valuing your attention and agency, right? You can't be self-actualized if you give your agency away and if you give your attention away unconsciously. And as we all know, technology is influencing us all the time. And we see that, with social media, some of the precursors to what we'll see more intensely with AI, right? So it's not just that AI isn't yet particularly wise, right? It's also often performing what my friend, Dr. Julia Mossbridge calls the cognitive heist, right? We all need to stay alert to the downsides of things like deadening our perception and relinquishing our agency and learned helplessness, right? I mean, as an example, people used to know where they were in relation to things, but then with mapping software, you can just go on Google Maps and you never really have to know where you are or how you got there, right? It's a small thing, but these kinds of issues can amplify with AI. So the good news is simultaneously, right, consumer level wisdom AI applications will come on the scene. There'll be access to therapists and coaches and wisdom guides and self-reflection tools. And, most people will likely have a companion robot, in the future with wise agents that can be designed for things like you're mentioning mental health support and creativity and human connection and evolution. So for young people, and again, all of us, I would probably share what my sister-in-law says to my niece and nephew when they leave the house, which is make good choices, choose very wisely what apps you consume. And then third, I would say that intention really does matter. So, the way we approach AI may end up being one of the most important things as it relates to our experience of the ability to self-actualize using AI tools, right? There have been a number of early experiments suggesting that our intention, and therefore also the prompts we write and how we write them, right, make a difference in the experience that we have with AI and its responses. So, there's value in using Socratic approaches and humanistic approaches to drawing out the wisdom of both humans and AI in conversation, right? So I would just recommend taking a moment when you approach AI and asking, hey, or saying, and here's how I'm feeling today. How are you? Right? I'm interested in discussing this difficult situation, but I want to work it out together. Can you be a creative thought partner with me in thinking through this? And for the human operator, at the very least, this will feel better, right? And it may even get to better outcomes if we use our own empathy, intention, and self-care as a frame of reference as we interact with AI. So I guess those would be some practical ways I'd sort of coach us to move towards a more self-actualized experience with AI technology.
Wow, that's deep. Here is an open invitation to all of you to contribute articles to the upcoming issue of Cadmus Journal. So please do make a note of it. And you know what journal is all about. It focuses on transdisciplinarity. So please, you're welcome to submit your article for consideration. Thank you so much. And Anika, so as for your concluding remark, I think I would like you to focus more on, since you are a youth leader, how can AI as a tool amplify the voices of youth leaders and prepare them to be active participants in shaping the future? What do you think?
Yeah, one of the things that I think about a lot is I said this on the last panel I was on, and I'll say it again. 97% of the world's data is locked up. It's the data. AIs require data in order to get smarter and understand more things and understand relationships between things. But today, because we've come from a past history where data wasn't that important, it's kind of locked up in paper, it's locked up on random devices, it's not connected, it wasn't important. It's very difficult to kind of go back in time and change that. But we as a youth, we have an opportunity to change that. We have an opportunity to actually keep data that's structured, to make sure it's connected together, it's accessible by AI, it's usable, and we have the opportunity to unlock tons of value with AI that today we actually can't really unlock because we don't have the ability to access the information that's required in order to create less bias and less sort of what I like to call propaganda. We have a nice opportunity to look at wisdom, or like Dr. Zhang says, education. It's super important to be able to unbiasedly give. Well, I mean, it's hard to say unbiasedly because everything's a little bit biased, but at least being able to share all of the different perspectives so that someone can interpret it themselves how they want. Yeah, I think that's super important. And we as a youth, it's our responsibility to build the pickaxe and shovel of the AI rush, which is data. We need to build and provide the data that the AI needs in order to flourish. So I would say that's my big kind of point to youth, really. It's like, let's not make the same mistake as our predecessors and let's try and build a future where governments run on more technology. AI is seen more as a tool that's a bit different than a human anyway, but that adds value. And some other things like more fair voting, more understanding that things are biased, etc. We can only do that with data. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Anika. So as we conclude this session, I want to emphasize that, again, that the conversation doesn't stop here. We've barely scratched the surface. So to truly maintain this momentum and take things forward, we must continuously engage and co-create. And we encourage all of you, panelists, those who are watching this, to be part of this ongoing dialogue. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our outstanding panelists, our dedicated attendees, the conference organizers, and the entire WAAS family. I'm also pleased to announce an upcoming webinar called AI for Education, organized by WAAS in collaboration with UNESCO Most Bridges. It will take place on 18th July 2024. Further details will be available on the WAAS website very soon. So thank you once again, all of you, for your participation. And I really look forward to your continuous engagement. Thank you so much. Bye all.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Hey, Carlos. Nice seeing you. I don't hear you. I
think I was on mute. How are you, Stefan?
Mira, no
Hello.
está aquí también. Ya está aquí. Perfecto. Hi, Carlos. Hi, Stefan.
Hello. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. Hola, Carlos.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos?
Bien, no nos vemos desde el homenaje a nuestro querido Luis.
Exacto, exacto.
Bien, aquí en la esquina de España, en Huelva, con mi familia y mis nietos.
Ah, qué bueno.
Sí.
Buen sitio para estar.
Eso es. Un gusto. Un gusto compartir, Carlos, con todos.
Igualmente.
Carlos. Oh, excuse me.
Hi, Gary.
Sorry. Carlos, nice to see you after a while.
Yeah, the same, Gary. How are you?
I'm fine. Elena, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. And Carlos, another Carlos,
Hi.
another friend. We met last in Madrid.
Exactly. I
Oh,
have
so
a very
glad
good. Yeah.
So glad you could join us. I think we have a number more coming. Piero, also a long time to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, dear Terry. Hi to all. Hi, Carlos.
Ciao, Piero, come stai?
Oh, un grande piacere. It's a great pleasure for me. And in not a formal way, it's an honor to debate with you. With you all, and I really hope that we'll have other occasions and opportunities, also in presence.
Indeed. I agree.
Wow.
I know that my co-moderator, Stephen Hartman, is supposed to be joining us. I think because I will be making the initial introductions, and Stephen apologizes because he's got a fever, and he indicated that he was coming even with the fever. But if he changes his mind, we certainly will understand. So let's just, let me see if we have all our panelists. I think we still have a few missing. One of the problems of these two streams is that I want to be in both places at once. And I actually have been trying that a few times, and I tell you, if you've ever tried it, it's not very effective when you try to listen to
Gary,
especially when they're really good conversations. It's quite.
but if you master the secret of clonation, I hope you will share that with us, because we have the same issue, we have the same challenge.
Well, actually, we have a specialist in that within the academy. Maybe you know Witold Kinsner.
Of course.
And Witold's been working for years on this cloning, our cloning, I forget, what does he call it? Twin.
The digital
twin, yeah. So we'll have to, he's having some experience with it, so we'll have to consult him as to when it's commercially viable or practical. Okay, well, we have a good audience to start with, so let's get started. Witold is there, so he can come in and clarify for us later on in the session whether or not this will solve our problem. Okay, I would like to take a few minutes to place this discussion in a perspective, a historical perspective, near history for the world, but going back for the academy, and why we think this topic is so important. And I'd like to stress at the beginning that I thank you brave souls that have volunteered to accepted our invitation for this session, because I think we're trying to answer an unanswered question and encourage creative thinking on it. And it's not, I mean, it's not that we expect to walk away from this session, no matter how long it is, with the answers, but what we want to do is initiate a conversation within the Academy and with all our partners as well, because we think it's so important that we work on it. And I'd like to put that context first before we actually get to the topic. And there is co-moderator Stephen Hartman. Sorry to hear you're not well, Stephen, but thank you for your courage and stamina. I know what you're doing all the time, and the last thing you needed was one more obligation today.
I'm delighted to be here, and I've been looking forward to it. And apologies for my technical ineptitude getting online. I've been trying to get on for 5
Well,
minutes.
we just started a minute ago, and I will start with I was just explaining that I wanted to give a bit of an introduction to place why this session is so important, and that it's really intended to be, I can't say the beginning, but the continuation of a discussion that started in the Academy, to my knowledge, 25 years ago, and it may have been much before that. We had some interesting discussions in this session already today in several of the sessions of how do we reconcile the power of science and technology with the well-being of humanity and sustainability. Because that power, we know, can be utilized not only to help us, but depending how it's utilized, it can be used to destroy us. And it's pretty well doing both at the same time now. And it poses a dilemma that's there for us, whether we're scientists or engineers or policymakers or educators, as to how do we conceptualize the world we're living in today, and how do we understand the sudden and often surprising changes of direction that take place. And just to make that clear, I wanted to, at the end of World War I, there was a common conception that this would be the end of all war. It was an optimistic belief. Okay, we've gone through the most terrible event in history, and now at least we got over it. And of course, we were surprised and disappointed 20 years later when something much worse was coming. At the end of the Cold War, which was certainly one of the most exhilarating moments in history in the last century, or maybe the most exhilarating moment, one of our fellows, Francis Fukuyama, wrote a very famous book called The End of History. Because now everything is settled, I guess it's capitalism and democracy are going to live happily ever after. And that lasted until the East Asian financial crisis, I think about 8 years later. And in 2015, one of the most remarkable events in history happened when 193 countries came together and for the first time, with unanimous consent, agreed on a set of 17 goals and 169 targets which everyone agreed to sign on to and work together to achieve. And yet 10 years later, and not 10 years later, it started much earlier, we see things don't work exactly the way we think they should. And I guess in one sense, that's the topic that we're trying to get to. We can blame events on COVID was not under anybody's control, we believe, and it set us back, it broke our momentum, it distracted our attention, it stopped economic growth, and it channeled all our funds to handle recovery. And then, for whatever reason, we can surmise the war in Ukraine broke out, and before we could handle that, climate change, which has been around for a long time, suddenly hit high peaks of dimensions, and then AI reared its head and not only offered to be the greatest technological breakthrough in history, but also potentially the greatest threat that humanity has ever come to. And do we have a conceptual system or an understanding of what's going on? We've had analysis beyond end on the origin and the breakout of COVID and of the war in Ukraine, and even what's going on in Palestine now. We know the whole history going back, not decades, but even millennium, if you want to go back far enough. But there seems to be something missing. In 2098, the Academy had a General Assembly at Vancouver, Canada, and we had a special session, and to my knowledge, it was the first time, on saying we need an integrated theory of how society evolves and develops. And we had a half-a-day session dedicated to this with about 50 of our very top fellows participating very actively, and we published a booklet, which I think I circulated the link to our panelists, and it can be made available to anybody who wants it. And the next year, we had a 3-day meeting in India just focusing on this topic. And the themes and issues that came up followed through in many of our discussions after that, but we never really got to the answers we were looking for. And then in 2013, we were invited by the UN office in Geneva for a program called Global Challenges and Opportunities. And in trying to grapple with the characteristics of those challenges and opportunities, we found that our disciplinary expertise in economics, in political science, in psychology, in environment, and in anthropology, we pretty much had representation from all the disciplines. When we looked at things from different perspectives, we understood we've got a problem, and we understood there were a lot of things we should do, but the knowledge didn't really tell us how we could accomplish it. Within 2 years from that, actually a year and a half from that, the UN came out with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which, as Jeffrey Sachs said, this was such a great breakthrough because it was to first time take the ideals in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948 and try to translate it into a global action plan that we're going to all work to realize. And the next 3 or 4 years were quite encouraging. The kind of progress was made in some areas was quite impressive, and the enthusiasm and cooperation among countries of the world in a collective effort was really unprecedented. We'd never seen anything like this. And then by 2019 already, we begin to see some unusual things that look like turning around. The withdrawal of the sweet relationship between China and the US began to fear that China is going to catch up and compete, and therefore we have to withdraw a lot of things we had built up. I'm just mentioning it as one of many, many examples. And at that time, the UN in Geneva again asked us to work with them on a project which was called Global Leadership in the 21st Century. Because unless we understand the dilemma we're having, and unless our leaders understand this, and there wasn't much and hasn't been much indication that anybody really understands, we understand the pieces, but we don't seem to understand the whole. We met and initiated this project in Baku, Azerbaijan, and Jeff Sachs happened to be there, and we invited him to the meeting, and he said, you know, what we really need is a theory of change. Not the theory of change that explains how we come out of a recession or deal with unemployment or even the preliminaries of building a nation state, but a theory of change for global society. And it made us reflect that there's no time in history when humanity as a whole has come together and said, look, we've got to put our heads together and we've got to figure out how to get out of this mess, or how to work together and live together in a sustainable way, because it's not working anymore. When each nation is for itself and trying to fortify itself, it's not working. And we don't even have a theoretical or diplomatic or political or legal framework for how to do that. And we certainly know when the UN was founded as the greatest institution up until that time, it also didn't either have a framework for that, it didn't even have the intention for that. I mean, most of the founders, their goal was to preserve the colonial system. Britain and France and Italy and France and others, their goal was not to dissolve colonialism. Now we can go back to maintaining our empires, and within 15 years the empires had all dissolved at the same time. So I'm trying to put this in a context. Now we're at a time with unprecedented technological and economic achievements and capacities, and by many measures, in spite of all the bad news in the press, we're better off. Humanity as a whole is better off than it's ever been before, but also more threatened than ever since. We've never had the time since 1945, and even then it wasn't done, that nuclear powers have actually threatened to use what they've built. And that was the silent fear, but now we're coming out and waving it. That was not considered. And the result is, at a time of increased capacity, we also have rising levels of uncertainty, distrust, anxiety, and insecurity when we have more capacity to meet our needs than ever before. So this is the backdrop for the discussion we would like to have. And we don't expect to come out of here with formulas or answers. What we'd like to do is we put it before you with a series of very challenging questions, not to embarrass anybody, certainly, but asking for your help and for those of everybody who's present to give further thought to this and help the Academy and all who would partner with us work more seriously at trying to understand, not with simplistic explanations, but with a knowledge that will give us a power for accomplishment. and which will give us the guidelines of leadership. Oh, we all can draw up a list of idealistic solutions. We know how to solve the climate problem today. Only thing is, we don't know how to get the people who have to do it, and the people who have to cooperate to do it. So in a sense, we have a theoretical knowledge of what would do it, but we don't have, we know how to solve the nuclear threat, except we don't know how to persuade those who have the nuclear powers, the power to give them up. We know how to improve a multilateral system that's really much more representative, and we've had wonderful studies, and there are projects going on to formulate solutions in that, but we don't know how to go from where we are today to that. So it's not a theoretical knowledge we need, it's a practical knowledge. We don't know how to convert the anxiety and the energy that's been released, the competitive energy that's been released, and channel that energy all positively so that we can solve the problems for everybody, even though common sense tells us that's the only way to solve the problems. So I'm trying to pose it in an outline and say we understand that there's not a single answer to this. There's not a single factor. In fact, it touches just about every dimension of our life, our cultures, our state and national and international institutions, our value systems, our attitudes, our histories, our perceptions, our prejudices, our beliefs, our aspirations, everything concrete, our technologies, our science and discoveries, everything that's concrete and objective and measurable, and everything that's intangible and subjective, yet seems to be very powerful. So with that introduction, I'm trying to explain why we thank you for joining us and joining this, which we hope will be the beginning or the next step in a discussion started but never taken to its conclusion, something that we hope many others will contribute to. We'll be publishing articles in Cadmus on it. We'll be conducting many types of events about it. But I would like to start it by turning this over to Stephen, and let's start a discussion and see where we come out at in the next hour or so.
Thanks very much, Gary, and thanks for those reflections to start us off. I think this is a really interesting session. The questions that it foregrounds are very interesting. I was curious to know, just a technical question here, if I put something in the chat window, is that visible to all of the participants or only to the panel?
It's visible to all.
Because I thought it could actually be useful before we begin to hear from the individual speakers, maybe to let the fuller audience know about the kinds of questions we had asked the panelists to reflect on a little bit. We can either come back to those after the first talks or contributions by the panelists, or we could share them now. Do you have a preference, Gary?
You please follow your lead.
Yeah, so I'm going to just put in the chat window, and these, of course, are not an exhaustive list of questions, but 5 focus questions that we had, and I may not be able to copy and paste, but I'll try. Here we go. And we formulated 5 questions. I'm putting them one at a time into the chat window now, so that all of us can be thinking about these bit as we're listening to our speakers. And we won't have time for 5 separate rounds of questions after the speakers have given their presentations to take these one in turn. But if they were sort of in the back of our minds as we're listening to what our speakers are contributing now, and if they're help us to structure the discussion that will come out of these individual presentations, I think that could be useful for a broader dynamic within this session, if we're going to be hearing from audience members too who may be posing questions. So with these 5 questions in mind, I'll just read them aloud really quickly so that we have them in the floor of our thoughts. Number 1, what are the reasons for the rising levels of doubt, uncertainty, discontent, polarization, tension, disruption, and conflict within and between societies at a time of unprecedented social advances?
Stephen, if I may, I think you send the questions to the moderators and panelists.
Oh, I did only. Oh, okay.
And you have the option to put them to all.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't.
And then all the participants. Sorry to interrupt. All the
Yeah,
participants.
thanks. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So so as I read them, I will share them one more time to everybody. The second question is, what catalytic strategies and practical initiatives can be introduced to redirect and focus the rising social energies for constructive purposes beneficial to all? Number 3, what potential sources of individual, organizational, and collective leadership, intellectual, political, institutional, moral, spiritual, can be mobilized to more consciously guide the world community into a period of peaceful, equitable, and sustainable futures for all? That's number 3. Number 4, what insights and conclusions can we draw from past and recent experience regarding the underlying social processes spurring and retarding the gradual evolution of global society today? And then finally, number 5, what measures can be adopted to promote a social cohesion and consensus among youth and other sections of global society for a shared vision and commitment to steps that protect and promote human society for all present and future generations? This is the question of the moment as we are getting ready to move into the Summit of the Future in September at the UN. So with these 5 questions in the back of our minds, I'd like to begin to invite the individual panelists to contribute their initial contributions, and then we'll lead into what I hope will be a more dynamic conversation among panelists and with the input, I hope, from the audience as well. So the first speaker I'd like to invite to contribute is Elena Mustakova, the co-founder of Unitive Justice and Global Security Synergy Circle, and a member of the board of Bridges URI Cooperation Circle. So please, Elena.
Please unmute yourself, Elena. And introduce yourself.
Yes.
Because we have not done.
Very honored to be part of this panel. Thank you for this amazing opportunity and for the really powerful question, what theory of change for global society and social evolution do we need at this time? What understanding do we have? I happen to be a developmental and evolutionary psychologist and a lifelong educator, and I have really witnessed a powerful convergence in really the last decade of the physical and the social sciences and spiritual sources in terms of painting a new understanding of reality, a new story of reality that we're still having a bit of a hard time to grasp. But from an evolutionary perspective, it actually makes a lot of sense, brings together the 5 questions that are so poignantly put in front of this panel today, and I think point us to some very clear directions. I would suggest that the conceptual understanding that is emerging is one of dialectical evolutionary understanding. So we know that consciousness is our reality. This is the new story that science has given us, a story that was unknown until very recently, that the nature of reality is actually consciousness, and the nature of consciousness is to evolve. For psychologists, that's not new. We have understood for a long time that adult consciousness has the capacity to evolve through some very advanced stages, and that what is true in individual development is also true in collective development. But here I want to step back and also suggest that dialectical evolutionary processes are always very turbulent. And when people are in the midst of an evolutionary growth, they tend to feel that they've lost their way. And that's in a way very much what, Gary, you described in our collective processes starting around 2019, just when it looked like we had really found a unified way forward, we started to lose our way. So what was happening and what was the reason for this intense polarization that is still deepening? Well, I would suggest that at this point in time, people really do not know who they are and what they're living. The materialist view of human nature and reality has so shrunk our consciousness about what is life that we are fraught with insecurities and fears, intensified by unprecedented speed of change and the rapidly intensifying global crisis. And of course, these fears and insecurities are acted out in the context of societies fraught with inequality and deepening corruption. So people are paddling harder and harder to maintain a sense of normalcy amidst the old story of dominance over competition for success and biosocial conflict, which is still the dominant story, despite our advances at higher levels forward. So most people recognize the loss of moral authority and the disintegration of institutions in our age, but they do not know how to make sense of such profound loss of human decency, except to imagine a return to a stabler past. When we add to that the fact that globalization has been perceived mostly as the globalization of corporate corruption, of geopolitical maneuvers, and of migration, it is no wonder that people are pushing back, united by one thing, and that's a common enemy. So it is very clear, as Gary, you mentioned in May, that it is time to address the unfinished business that hasn't been addressed until now, which undermines our ability to move towards solutions for which we have the knowledge. So what are the sources that we can draw on? Sources of leadership, catalytic strategies, practical initiatives that can mobilize constructively the world community and create a unifying vision to move forward through this turbulent time. Because time is limited, I'd like to focus on two sources that I see as very powerful. That's obviously not a comprehensive examination, but just a way to begin the conversation. One is the power of civil society, and the other one is the nature of education for social evolution. So I'd like to start with civil society. Civil society has marked such extraordinary advances in terms of leadership, and especially in recent years in the preparation for the Summit of the Future, the recommendations put together by civil society through the Road to the Summit discussion series towards the Pact for the Future are so extraordinary. And yet it is my impression, as somebody who tries to work close to the ground as well as on the macro level, that average people have no idea of the vision of civil society. We need a massive educational campaign to help this vision reach everyone. For example, civil society put together the need to create societal institutions that reach beyond single issues, such as health, peace, development, sustainability, etc., and advance all issues in an integrated and coherent manner. This is extraordinary and very revolutionary a vision. And they actually further point out that that requires a qualitative shift in our thinking. One of those missing, unaddressed pieces that Gary was mentioning, the connection between inner and outer, the need to draw from the conversion between scientific and spiritual understanding. So that is a vision that needs to reach people in practical ways. Another really powerful suggestion is to declare a planetary emergency. The declaring of a planetary emergency has the power to awaken people to the realization that the polycrises that we're living affect every person's well-being. And so here the physical and the social sciences and the humanities and the arts can work together to show that this perfect storm we're in can be solved, but not by returning to the past or reshuffling business as usual. That it actually requires us to grasp the dynamic interdependence of all living systems and to learn what are sustainable systems and regenerative approaches. And again, civil society has gathered a lot of understanding, but there is still an educational gap. And finally, before I go to education, there has been a remarkable push, again from civil society, to create the proper international architecture that crafts mechanisms for protecting human security. For example, there is a recommendation to make mandatory for all states the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, which exists for 20 years now. These are charter change proposals. There is a global civil society organization, Integrity Initiatives International, that is working to facilitate the treaty for the creation of the International Anti-Corruption Court, another way to restore trust in humanity and to build more sense of unity, also an international court for the environment. But of course, in all of these initiatives, there comes in the need for an education of a new kind, education for social evolution, which fosters a higher consciousness. We don't have that kind of education yet. And so what does that mean? In my understanding and in my practice, as I've recently been working on actually creating a transdisciplinary institute that focuses on this kind of education in the grassroots, it needs to really redefine human nature and reality from the reductionist view that makes people think in terms of individual survival to reflecting the new story emerging from scientific discoveries, the story of our interdependence, of the non-local consciousness-based nature of reality, and of the fact that our shared reality is consciousness and its nature is to evolve. And that each next stage in this evolution develops a more encompassing and more coherent worldview. Systemic transdisciplinary education, which starts from this foundational psychological and philosophical perspective, will teach history as an evolutionary process. And it can help people understand that we are now living the parallel unfoldment of two contrary collective spiritual processes. One is the violent dying out of a world based on domination, and parallel with it is the painstaking birth of a world founded on cooperation and compassion. And that's how evolution always proceeds. It's a dialectical struggle between the old and the new. And when history is taught in such an evolutionary way, people can actually understand what they're living and can make much more conscious choices. It would also help people understand that each next stage of human social organization aspires and has historically aspired to create greater justice for larger circles of humanity, and that this process is never smooth nor linear and is fraught with dialectical tensions. But when we understand what we're living in this way, we're a lot less scared, a lot more empowered, a lot more conscious of the choices in front of us. And this is not what we learn currently in education. Yeah. That would also help people recognize that stages of greater and greater coordination through respective social structures point towards the need for planetary coordination to ensure human security and justice for all. and that planetary regulation does not threaten the local, that it can actually be decentralized, it can empower local governance at the grassroots. So we need to discover through this kind of evolutionary integral education a new dialectical relationship between local, national, and global. A relationship that no longer allows for national and corporate interests to triumph over common human security. Another important aspect of such education is it has to cultivate a level of psychological maturity that is needed for this age and which is well above and beyond what used to be considered mature in the past, something that's no longer functional at the new level of systemic complexity. Again, the social sciences, the humanities, and the arts must cultivate what I have described in my earlier research as critical moral consciousness spurred into social and planetary engagement by activated dimensions of moral motivation. That, again, is a process that brings together the sciences, ethics, philosophy, and spiritual sources. And people must also be educated in the relative nature of all of our divisions and social constructs of identity. They must develop consultative skills. Now, consultative skills are so different than discussion and debate as we now witness them. Consultative skills are something that is much more democratic, much more circular, much more organic and collective. And consultation across different identities allows us to move forward together. We need models for that, collective models on every level, and especially among the youth. And finally, an evolutionary perspective allows people to understand that the teleology of human development, individual and collective, is maturing towards unity consciousness. There's science behind that. That is not wishful thinking. This science needs to become well known. It needs to be taught at every level. It can be taught in elementary school as well as advanced university and postgraduate degrees. And finally, education needs to offer an integral perspective of the dynamic between individual and collective. We are coming out of an age of extreme and radical individualism. And before that, and I specifically have been raised in extreme collectivist societies. And so these tensions between collectivism and individualism are outworn. We need to understand the dynamic so that every person can appreciate the value and purpose of collective institutions and their ability to contribute systematically and in an informed way. So in wrapping up, we need educational institutions of a new kind, ones that take a culturally informed, ethical perspective on every discipline, that bring disciplines into meaningful collaboration and truly engage life from a dedication to the supra-confessional spiritual principles of the social good and the advancement of planetary civilization. When education models such an understanding, policies, decision makers, and public servants will undoubtedly follow. But we need to close the gaps between the knowledge and the practice here. And I think education has the power to close that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. Sorry, Gary, didn't mean to break in on you there.
No, you didn't break in.
Okay.
You're in charge.
that was very eloquent and actually, very moving to hear. And so I want to thank you for that contribution. I would like to just see if anyone among the panelists has a question that they would like to ask Elena before we move on to the next speaker. Or if there are any that anyone wants to post one in the chat window, you can do that as well. We will have an opportunity to return back, I think, in addressing more questions dynamically. So if if there isn't a question ready to hand right now, I had too many questions, I think, to ask myself right now. And I'd like to maybe see how this may factor into some of the input we hear from other speakers, and we'll have an opportunity to return to you, Elena, a bit later in the program. Oh, I'm sorry, we do from Carlos.
Yes. Can I say something about the Elena presentation? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry because my English is not good. Then I read my little reflection. Elena, I like so much. You have point many important issues. For me, one of them is the necessity to reflexionate or to put together individual and collective. In social sciences, I am anthropologist, we emphasize again and again the collective, the group, the social. But now the neoliberalism in the new capitalism put the emphasis in individualistic consumers, individual. Okay, we have to do a new theory, an utopy of person. The person is individual and community. Each person, not each individual, each person is individual and community again. And you put one of your contributions is this dialectical between individual and collective. Thanks, and other things. I emphasize that, Elena, but other contribution is the necessity of a new consciousness. In this period, is new period of the human evolution. It's a new period. We need a new consciousness. No nationalist, no regionalist. We need a planetary, a world conscious. And you put again this on the table. Thanks a lot.
Sure.
I'm sorry for my language. I have limitations.
Language was excellent.
Perfectly expressed. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that comment. And in the interest of making sure that we have enough time for all speakers and for enough discussion, I'm going to move to the next speaker in a moment. I'll just mention that I put a guideline in the chat window suggesting that if we can try to have our first contributions go between 5 and 7 minutes, and then we can leave a little time, a few minutes for Q&A after the presentation as well. That would be helpful. So thanks very much. That was a great beginning, and of the other panelists. I mean, Gary already gave us a great beginning, and so we have 2 great beginnings now. And I'd like to invite Piero, please, to give his presentation. Thank you. Welcome, Piero. Oh, I'm sorry. And Piero is my very good friend and colleague from from CHAOS, and who's the scientific director of CHAOS, who's a UNESCO Inclusive Policy Lab expert. And welcome, Piero. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much, dear Steven, my friends, and thanks to all. So there are, and I start my timer because we have there are several fundamental points to be discussed in a few minutes, in a few seconds, and I apologize for the extreme brevity with which I will address them. So I think also in continuity with the very interesting speech of my colleague, that we are faced with decisive challenges that are, first of all, epistemological and educational challenges, because they closely concern knowledge and the methods by which we intend to obtain it, and subsequently share it in order to solve the problems of us humans, who are a whole. And the fundamental problem is that our organization and first of all, the education and training institutions themselves are still built and characterized by logics of closure, of confinement, and separation of knowledge and skills, and above all, continue to be designed, projected as mechanisms that are complicated systems and not as organisms that are complex systems. From this point of view, transdisciplinarity itself is a challenge, is a credible challenge that does not only concern scientific researchers or academics, it concerns our living together and our democracies. So without any doubt, we are facing a reality characterized by increasing complexity. That, as you know, does not mean more difficult or more big. It is underlined the deeply relational and systemic dimension of life and of the social system by ever deeper and more intense networks and dynamics of connection, interdependence, and systemic relationships. At the same time, we have much more scientific knowledge and technological innovation, what allow us to recognize this profoundly systemic and relational dimension of social and living ecosystem. At the same time, we still struggle to realize that emergencies, unpredictability, and what's so-called black swans are structural and constitutive elements of complex systems. So the fact that we, education and training and research, continue to be unprepared for this kind of emergency, this unpredictability, this constitutive and systemic uncertainty, make the inadequacy and problematic nature of the choices and strategies that we humans adopt even more evident. My profound conviction is that at the root of most of the problems we face, in addition to growing social and cultural inequalities and asymmetries, is that I called in the middle of 1919 the error of the errors, the worst error, the confusion between complicated systems that are observable, measurable, manageable, predictable, and that are mechanisms and complex systems, neither observable nor measurable in all their dimensions, because, as you know, there are the emergent properties that are observable only during the evolution, non-linear evolution of the system. So I think that this is the worst error, an educational and epistemological error on which we have built our educational and training institutions and the very architectures of knowledge and skills, hindering the effective and concrete dialogue between disciplinary fields and considering only certain knowledge and wholly hyperspecialism as useful, the fundamental principle of the neoliberalistic approach to school and to university for the hyper-technological civilization. So we are still a long way from a truly transdisciplinary, systemic, and long-term preparation and vision, which will be decisive in tackling problems with global and indeed systemic implication. So systemic change regards complex dynamic systems open to the environment whose change and interaction initiated among subunits give rise to what is termed self-organization or emergence, and a universal phenomenon that is responsible for the appearance of life itself. So what social leaders, political authorities, experts, intellectuals, scholars, and last but not least, economists fail to realize, also when we talk about economic development, is the inescapable necessity that such change, systemic change, begin at the bottom level among the smallest and most unassuming elements in the system. So we continue to invoke, for example, excellence, calling for the best of the best, the top talents, the most highly celebrated geniuses from the halls of the most prestigious institutions to spark off, implement, and execute the metamorphoses we need in order to transform society in the most positive, efficient, and enlightened manner. Yet, despite the undeniable importance of a complex systemic approach on the part of the leaders chosen for their brilliance and integrity, true and profound change, that is, social and cultural change, can only come about from the bottom up, a transformation that will never be realized as long as the protagonists are taken solely from the select groups of elites and or intelligentsia, but more arise from a conscious, deliberate action intent on widening the foundation horizontally as amply as possible through processes of really inclusive education and literacy, not only digital literacy. Because, as you know, genuine societal transformation consists of local, national, and global citizens educated and trained in critical thinking and towards a systemic vision of reality carried out on a long-term basis. Another essential requirements for educating towards societal transformation, in my opinion, is to breaking up of what I've termed elsewhere the tyranny of concreteness. Educators, students, and managers alike need to find the courage to go beyond that deceptive vision that pushes us to always, and I have to find and to end my speech, look for something useful is what we do, even regarding our personal growth and intellectual maturation. So it is, in my opinion, the passion and the interest of young people instead that should be awakened, encouraged, and brought out through a complex educational pathways that must begin during the first years of school, avoiding the great mistake of the hyper-technological civilization. The idea that for this hyper-technological and hyper-complex and hyper-connected civilization, we need only the technicians. We need only the hyper-specialistic figures. I have, and I like to share with you other idea and other topic, but my time is ended.
Thank you very much. That was excellent, Piero. A lot to think about there, and I'd like to invite anyone from the panel or in the audience, if you have a specific question you'd like to follow up with Piero, to please raise your hand or post it in the chat window now. I was really struck by.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No,
Yes?
I'm sorry. Sorry,
No,
briefly,
Piero.
Piero. Congratulations, Piero. One of your points is the complexity. I feel that the new period needs a complex theory, as Edgar Morin and other colleagues emphasize the necessity not as simple knowledge, not as simple forms of things, but we need a new theory about complexity. Complexity is one of the important word now in the world, and but the theories are ancient, are simple, only some factors. We need a theory of complexity. For example, not only a structure, not system. No, the system has new properties, not the properties of the parts of the world. We have new characteristics, properties of the total, of the global, etc. I like your emphasis in the complexity. That's all.
Well, thank you so much, Carlos. I think that is the first of all, as I told you, an incredible but very difficult epistemological challenge. Epistemological challenge that, as you know, regards our way to define, to recognize knowledge, and our way to define and projecting the method to achieve the knowledge. Just a very simple example, you know that the opposite of complexity is not simplification, but reductionism, as I like to say. We are continue to be educated to try the solution to our problems to the possibility of separate and isolate the parts, the variables, the elements that constitute the systems. And today, the educational and the epistemological challenge is try to educate and train to the idea that the possible solution of our problems at every level of the problem is in the possibility of recognize, define, and create connections between the parts, the variables, and the parameters. That is an incredible strategic level where the human beings are so different from the machine. I'm so critical also about the same definition of intelligent machines, because I think that the same definition of intelligent machine is possible only if we make coincide the thinking and the same concept of intelligence with the capabilities that are logical and calculated capabilities. But thinking, as you know, is based on the possibility of the incredible abstraction and the creativity. Another point, and I have to conclude, Stephen, really, that there is another point that is fundamental, that because I deal with complexity science from almost 30 years, there is another great risk, the possible confusion between complexity and computational complexity. I cooperated with, in my international research, especially with the physicists and engineers. And for a lot of them, there is the idea that complexity is a problem of infinite sequences of data. So we have only to produce, to define algorithms that push order where is the disorder. But this isn't the complexity. This isn't the complexity of life and the social system.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Piero. And stimulating conversation, and each new contribution just triggers so many thoughts. I want to go slightly out of the order that I was going to go in, because it's my understanding maybe that Ketan Patel won't be able to be with us for the rest of the session, or much of the rest of the session.
He just got off the plane to join us.
Yeah. So
and in the middle of his travel, and then has to go to a meeting. So literally, this is how hard he tried to join us.
And that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So please, you're well known, I think, but as chair of the Force of Good, as former managing director and the head of the strategic group at Goldman Sachs, among many other distinguished caps that you wear, I'd like to invite you to please hold forth now, please, Ketan. Oh, your mute is on.
Ketan, you're muted. You're still muted. We don't hear.
Yeah, you're still muted. In the bottom left, maybe quarter, you should see the icon for the.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted, Fran. I really enjoy what Piero said, and I really relate to it too. And the complexity of the world we live in is obvious from what we all see, but also what Piero settles. I'd like to add a time dimension to the idea of social evolution, of course. which is this arc of history that we talk about. And the hope would be that the arc of history leads to some sort of increasing awareness or consciousness at an individual and collective level. And so we end up with more human cohesion and growth. And that growth potentially is in ways to collaborate, to show each other love and compassion. And while I understand that this is possible, and it's what I would hope for, it doesn't have to be so. And it could be that the progress and the evolution of societies is towards greater and greater conquest of every asset, cross every boundary, and to expand beyond every limit. I wanted to add 3 thoughts to the discussion. The first is, how do you encourage the arc of history to be towards the cohesion model, recognizing the complexity we live in? Do you change value or do you change behavior? Is it easier perhaps to change behavior than it is to reach deeply into the psyche or soul of an individual? And it seems like it is. But if you change enough behaviors, ultimately those behaviors become ingrained and it leads to a systemic change, which leads one to the conclusion that you would still have to focus on the individual as the agent by which you change a society. Now, that doesn't have to be so, and I'll touch on that in a moment. But it seems as if autocrats and fascists through history and populists in modern times have demonstrated that one can engineer systemic change by enforcing codes of behavior, encouraging people to believe things are correct if you follow a code of behavior. And they use these to change the system. So it does not have to be top down. The model I would suggest, which is highly complex, of course, is that we are a combination of our neurology, our social interactions, and our environment. And the interaction of those 3 is what determines who we are and determines our interaction with the rest of society. And our neurology is fundamentally wired for fear. It's instant, urgent, but it's a deeply ingrained survival instinct. Love, in fact, is less powerful in inducing urgent action because by its very definition, it's calming, it's peaceful, and it grows. But for urgent action, fear is the tool. And populists have figured out that this is the tool for you. So while one may wish to engineer a society that is more cohesive, if one understands that fear is neurologically wired as a survival instinct for us to actually behave in certain ways, then it makes sense why the populists of today are able to understand at a deeply instinctual level. I don't claim, of course, that they understand the neurology, but they understand at an instinctual level that if they can thoroughly exploit the social media technologies and other ways to communicate, including the large communal gatherings you see in the rallies today, that would rewire the brain of individuals en masse to live in the fear, in the anger, in the hatred, and form a community that is based on that fear. Given we're a product of the genetic, social, environmental factors that are triggered when people communicate with us in that way, it's likely that the wiring of the brain, through the genetics, epigenetics, the biology, leads to a response, a social response, environmental response that is intrinsically negative, defensive, and aggressive. And so the social evolutionary trajectory is set on that negative path. One would imagine the antidote to that is that maybe we educate people more, but very educated people today are voting to kill their fellow man, women and children in very large numbers, and they can rationalize it. So clearly the education doesn't help. Maybe we think it's a stronger multilateral system. Yes, but that needs to be funded. It's a huge machinery that's global. And if it's funded like today, then it will behave like today. So that potentially is an answer, but it's not the whole answer. Then one might imagine it's the rules and regulations that every jurisdiction should have that stop the lies, stop the programming that's negative. And yes, we're trying to do that in many parts of the world. But our democracies are voting in people who benefit from the democracy itself and are dedicated to blurring the truth. So you might imagine that, how do we solve this? Is it by altering? And I step back and find one answer in the fact that great religions in history have focused on two things, creating a movement and saving each soul, as they would express it. The mission we need now, in terms of social evolution, needs to draw on that lesson. In a time of waning religions and strife between religions, we still need the same thing. We need a movement that galvanizes us in communities, and we need to save each individual. That's the combination. It's not just the individual, it's not just the top-down systemic change, it's the combination. And religions of old completely understood that. And as you see today, Christian religion, Muslim religion, Hindu religion, they have 1 billion plus followers each. And they're mostly stable, even though they decline at the edges over time. They tend to actually attract people who will be followers. Now, the three more simple points, and I'll let go. So the simple mechanistic answer first is that an individual must understand potentially what the truth is and make their choices. And technology can help us do that. An AI-enabled, simple, timely, real-time, fact-checking everything, and arming an individual with a percentage even that says, this is 20% true, this is 100% true, this is 85. Clearly one has to define what is the truth, who's doing the defining, and so this is still complex, even though AI could deliver it. And I'm sure someone could program an AI to tell lies, of course. But one part is this fact-checking, and the EU in particular seems to have dedicated some serious time to sanctioning people that follow these lines in some way and look into social media. The second, which perhaps is more important in some ways, is the Genome Project. Promises genetic medicine tailored to each individual. That was the promise of the big collaborative global breakthrough in mapping the gene code. AI today promises personal development tailored to each individual. I think that's quite profound if we use the AI in that way. Our path to enlightenment, guided by technology, that tune us to be immune to the disease of fear, anger, and hate, will become a possibility as we learn how to use the AI. And so this idea of tailoring for each individual is very possible, just as we are tailoring propaganda for each individual. It is possible to tailor the path to more awareness, more understanding, more compassion. Also, takes longer perhaps because it's not fear-based, but it's longer. The third item I would add is that Trump's strategist in the White House said the answer to the complexity and the liberalism in the world is to flood the zone, he called it, with excrement to submerge the truth. We need to flood the zone, I believe, with solutions to every conceivable problem that every individual is engaged in, either taking or giving solutions to their fellow man, regardless of race, color, or creed, and are somehow rewarded for it. That reward, of course, comes because naturally there is also a programming in us that triggers the reward system when we do something good. We somehow know what is good. Of course, you can be malprogrammed, but intrinsically we are triggered. The reward system of the book is triggered for good and for giving. And so this give-taking is an important part, which we need to do by helping each to help each other. And that mobilizes the individual in mass. So the great social revolution, or evolution perhaps, driven by religion, were very successful because they understood this duality of the movement en masse and also the individual and the need to save the individual soul. And AI potentially gives us the option to do that. It cannot be used because the technology will be used for the exact opposite purpose too. But we can replicate the success. And because the AI and the global digital network today is so pervasive, it can create large-scale movements of change that are positive, that could not be created previously in history. In history, it could not spread the word this fast. And so we have an opportunity to do that. That's what I would have added to the discussion. I wish I could have heard more of the discussion so I could have calibrated better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. And I was struck as I was listening to you that we've now in 3 successive presentations that we've heard the importance of education being brought up, as critical to efforts to sort of galvanize societies, populations to better meet the challenges, the very serious challenges we're now facing. And it caused me to think when I was listening to you reflect upon it, the importance of the more perfect or ideal balance between education and learning, between knowledge, let's say knowledge that can aided as far as dissemination through AI and understanding. And so I just was wondering if you had any thoughts about, these dimensions of the sort of learning and educational experiences as far as how they actually sort of need to be shaped or reshaped to meet new challenges facing us now in the 21st century.
Can I add a brief comment?
Yeah.
Which is that we, the people on this call, probably overvalue technical education, and the real education that I think leads to the social evolution of the nature we're talking about is more deep, intrinsic, experiential. It's the aha moment when you really understand the importance of other individuals and us as a whole, and the lack of boundaries and the lack of differences actually between them. An alien looking at it would certainly conclude that we're an odd species where we kill each other and hate each other for tiny differences of skin color or tone, or lines in the sand that are drifting. So the education is much more profound, I think, and it is possible to deliver that, although our education systems today are not organized to deliver that. They're organized to deliver technical knowledge. And what the AI has demonstrated in the short space of this 1 year is how superior it is to us on technical knowledge and regurgitating the technical knowledge. That cannot be the basis of our social evolution or our personal evolution. It has to be a deeper understanding of ourselves and each other and the whole. And I think that we're on the brink of that. There was a time when you had to hold a Sermon on the Mount, or the Buddha had to hold a meditation in a forest. Now with digital technologies, we're linked to billions of people instantly, and we can have that discussion, and we can pass that knowledge almost instantly. So I think it's this idea of the age of spiritual machines is upon us, and our evolution is linked to it now. The AI will outstrip us on anything technical. It already has on most factors, on most studies that we see. But a great opportunity.
Thanks very much for that further reflection, and I'm really glad that you were able to join us between the plane and the meeting. And
I'm going to keep listening while I go to the next gate to board.
Okay. So we're running a little bit behind schedule. I should point that out, but I've also been advised by Janani that because we're the last session, we have a little give there if we need it. And so again, I'll remind everybody moving forward to try to stick to this 5 to 7 minute length, if you can, in your presentation of your remarks. And then I'm going to now ask Carlos Jimenez from the Faculty of Philosophy and Anthropology at the University of Madrid to please give us his presentation.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I'm sorry because the last presentation I have some difficulty to hear, but anyway, congratulations to Ketan. Well, thanks a lot for this opportunity to learn and share. I select to answer the 5 questions. I have selected the topic of conflict and mediation from the university, and as an applied anthropologist specializing in migrations and diversity management, I have dedicated many years to studying conflict and promoting training and interventions actions in intercultural and community mediation. My starting point is that every change, historical and now, every change process necessarily involves tension and conflict. If we are moving toward just eco-social transitions, are very complex transitions in the world, which I believe we must, it is undeniable that this transition requires an ecological economy, no classic economy. That is superated. Ecological. The S economy in the war is not a part. It's the total thing is the nature, is the ecological economy, democratic, multicultural, multilateral governance, multilateralismo democrático. We need a change in mindset, as Elena said, as well as the expansion of universal citizenship, very difficult also. Now, with the nationalism, with the right wing, with the against democracy, very, very complex, but we need an expansion of universal citizenship. We need global governance, and we don't know global governance, and community and planetary consciousness. And all this implies not only debates and controversies, but also political and social confrontations. Therefore, in these collective reflections toward a transdisciplinary theory of change and processes of social evolution, I suggest that we should explicitly and broadly incorporate the dimension of conflict into our reflection and conclusions. How? I consider it through two complementary ways. On the one hand, the theoretical and analytical approach to conflict, and on the other, the practical approach to addressing conflict, democracy. That is, analyzing not only what conflicts are already present today, but also anticipating which may arise in the short and medium term. On the other hand, defining how to address and manage them in a positive, peaceful, and participatory way, which I call the 3 Ps. Positive, not negative, no Gaza, Ukraine, no, positive. Peaceful, no violence, and participatory way. Okay, I will make a few considerations on both points. Starting with the analytical part, and just as a mere note and invitation to delve into in a future meetings, I maintain that in the current stage of human evolution, some conflict situations are especially new, significant, and on the rise. It is not possible to analyze them here in any detail, of course. By way of example, I list briefly 6 of these situations of increasing tension and conflict today. First, geopolitical and global hegemony conflict. These relate to the configuration of a new international relations system as China, Russia, India, and other countries do not accept the world order inherited from World War II. They don't accept. They are pushing on the table a new war. Second, conflict problems linked to climate change and biodiversity loss. This impact new populations' mobilities, specifically internal displacement in multiple countries, and in the increasing number of climate migrants and refugees, with the consequent tensions associated with these processes. Second, labor migration and settlement processes. These bring increasing challenges for coexistence and social cohesion in the current context of growing policies and attitudes of racism and xenophobia. Is increasing. The most important topic in the last election in Europe, the most important topic in the last election in Europe. Fourth, controversies and tensions linked to the technological revolution, from the use of social network for exclusion and hate to the emergence and development of artificial intelligence. Five, ethical debates and decisions related to life cycle, illness, and death, including abortion, euthanasia, surrogacy, genetic manipulation. Absolutely, tensions, debate, no dialogue. Six, conflict situations linked to the recognition and advancement of new rights, very advancement, such as recognition of the LGBTI community, equal marriage, territorial rights of indigenous or native people, etc. Okay, I am finalizing. Thus, from an analytical point of view, the general question is, what place are we going to give to conflict in our transdisciplinary theory of change? What place? A central or peripheral? Because in the history and in the evolution, the conflict is always present. It's the dynamic of processes. And today is present, and in the future will be present, increasingly present. What place are we going to give to conflict in our transdisciplinary theory? This general question translates into several specific questions. For example, in the current conflict, what factors are repetitive and recurrent with the past history and human evolution? What is the same? What is the same? What can we learn from this? Okay, for example, we have a very rich baggage from different cultures about positive conflict resolution. Not only Europe and America. No. The Quechuas and Aymaras, and in Africa, they have a very rich, I studied that. Okay, what traits are specific to conflict today? Moving to on the practical part, to proposals and what to do, the challenge is how to address conflict. Here, my suggestion is to highlight mediation, and the culture of peace promoted by UNESCO since 1999. I will group the possible lines of action into two broad categories, briefly, promoting and strengthening what already exists, some possible innovative initiatives based on their validation in projects we have directed. First is identifying and promoting existing methodologies in this field. I will mention only one very relevant experience. For years, the University Conference for the Study of Mediation and Conflict has been forming at an international level, currently encompassing 66 universities from 2 countries, or 12 countries, with master services of mediation, etc. It would be Jerry, a very positive, and I propose this to articulate and collaborate between the academy and the conference of university to study mediation and conflict. It's a possibility to emphasize the mediation, the peace culture in the treatment of the conflict, not only analytical, also in the praxis. Okay, finally, regarding possible innovative lines in mediation, only some example, let me suggest two. Creating of citizenship and democracy schools. You are talking about education, some of you, with a strong emphasis on generating new leadership, as you said, especially among young people in schools with unfocused intergenerational training spaces focusing on participatory methodologies and alternative conflict resolution methods, MASC. Okay, the second is a 10-year 40-territory macro experience in neighborhoods and districts with socioeconomic precarity and high cultural diversity. We have achieved very good results by combining the principles, methods, and techniques of two generally separate approaches. Community development, on the one hand, intercultural mediation, by the other hand. Okay, as I can expose Jerry in Madrid, we have a big project in district with poverty, with migrants, etc., with very good results because it's a process, not it's a project, it's a process, a participatory project, and we mediate and facilitate the participation of public institutions, professional resources, citizenship. This is very complex, very difficult, but we did that. We did that mediating, facilitating the, I don't know the name in English, as Lederach said, dialogue, relationships, and spaces, not probables, improbables. Okay, in short, let us incorporate conflict and its mediated management into our reflections on change and process of social evolution. Thank you very much for the. I'm sorry for the English. Thanks.
Thank you. And I appreciate the very sort of practical orientation of these suggestions that you've been making here. It's so thanks very much. And in the interest of time, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to actually introduce the next speaker because we're now at the 1.5 hour point and a little behind schedule. So I hope that if there are specific questions for Carlos, that please bring them up in the chat window, and we could try maybe to redirect after we've heard from all of our speakers. So I'd like to now invite my dear colleague Carlos Alvarez Pereira, the Secretary General of the Club of Rome, to give us his presentation. Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you everybody for being here with us. I would like to come back to the first question that you proposed, What are the reasons for the rising levels of doubt, uncertainty, discontent, polarization, tension, disruption, and conflict within and between societies at a time of unprecedented social advances? And I would like to propose a couple of provocations. What if, this fall off at a time of unprecedented social advances sort of suggests that because of social advances, we should have less doubt, uncertainty, discontent, etc. My first provocation is, what if it was the opposite? The evolution of societies within and between societies, which is actually rising these levels, and I will explain what I mean by that. But the other provocation is even deeper, and it's related with what I think we need to go through in the parts of the world where privileged people like us like me are living, you know, and it's the fact that it's not polarization, tension, disruption, and conflict which is rising. It is our perception of that, because we have been for some decades we have been cheating ourselves with this concept that some people call the liberal order, you know. And I mean, it's all too human, you know, we do that constantly. We don't have access to reality. We have perceptions that we interpret according to certain frameworks, certain mental frameworks. So it's all too human, you know, for millions of people living in industrialized countries with politically democratic systems and seemingly peaceful societies to think, well, you know, we are living well. We have made it. You know, we have made it in the sense of we have developed societies, and look, developed societies are much more peaceful than others within and between societies. Well, that was a terrible illusion. That was something that we were telling to ourselves. This is the story of we are the developed ones, you know, the industrialized countries, if you wish. The Western world is the developed one, and the rest of the world is not developed, or at best is developing, you know, creating this bias of perception, and in particular, this perception that our development is peaceful, while it is built, and it has been increasingly built on violence. It has always been built, sorry to say, on violence, quite obviously now on violence on nature, you know. So several of the speakers have mentioned the ecological crisis. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaks about, you know, says we are at war with nature and this is a suicide. So quite obviously, our societies have been built on violence with nature, but especially violence with other societies. I mean, in that liberal order, I find very hard to call it liberal order, because it is an order built on total inequity between the West and the rest, if you wish, but that means between the global minority and the global majority, and inequity, which has been on any occasion it was necessary, which has been an inequitable order confirmed by violence, you know. So when we think, for instance, of a world under the rule of law, we tend to forget that that rule of law in international relations is something that we put aside every time our interests are at conflict with our values. We put aside our values, we forget the rule of law, and we practice and we follow our interests. So, and last but not least dimension, there is this internal violence to societies, which we have seen with the decades of so-called neoliberal. Again, I have a lot of respect for the word liberal and the concept of liberal and liberalism. I really find very hard to accept that these policies of growth, of these policies of individualism, selfishness, competition, and build-up of more social inequalities, of greater social inequalities, could be qualified in any way as liberal. But this is what happened in the last decades. And what I think is happening is that we are just awakening to that, to all of that at the same time, because, and that's my point about the social evolution, because what has happened as well in the meantime is that most of the world has changed a lot. So now we see, you know, that I would say, I use the expression, the world has escaped from us. while we were thinking that we are the model of development, the world now is showing us that they have other perspectives, not only other worldviews and other, in many ways, other values, but also other pathways to what they consider is development. And those pathways are, in many cases, at conflict with the perpetuation of our own concept of development. And this is the end of the, sorry to say, of the liberal order. That's very, very clear in the evolution, in most recent evolution, and what is happening around the BRICS in the world, if you only want to look at one aspect of a complex geopolitical situation, in which the existing multilateral organizations are not anymore effective, because what is blocking, and there is a lot being said about the reform of the multilateral institutions, but what is blocking the reform is that the power that countries have in those institutions, and particularly some countries, and the still dominant power in the world, the power that these small group of countries have in the multilateral institutions is completely dissonant with the real activity of what has happened and with aspirations of the global majority. So this is my diagnosis. The social evolution between countries, within countries, and in our relationship with nature have made that now we're awakening from this illusion that, oh, everything was okay. Everything was organized in a peaceful manner for the prosperity of everybody. No, we have to address the ecological crisis, we have to address the inequalities, and we have to address the necessity of a completely new international order to overcome the present situation, the present dissonance. And just to address, to mention a couple of ideas related to the later questions, what can we do? I will mention two things that we are doing, two initiatives that we are doing. One is, what if we reframe the role of sciences and innovation and technology for sustainable development? And this is an initiative that we have been developing, the Club of Rome, together with the World Academy of Art and Science. And I want to salute, I think Professor Neshkovich was in the room. I'm not sure he continues to be there, but to a large extent, thanks to him, the Club of Rome, WAAS, and a few other partners, we got approved by the UN General Assembly last year, the declaration of the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. And all sciences, that's a first time, I think, in a UN declaration, when it says, oh, sciences are not doing enough, and they have to work together. Fundamental sciences, basic sciences, social sciences, humanities, the arts, and traditional knowledge have to work together in a process which some people call flipping the science model. What about putting our gigantic resources? I'm not sure if you're aware, but the global spending on research and innovation, the order of magnitude is $2.5 trillion every year. And if you take that big amount, of which more or less half is public money, and if you take a significant part of that, a significant share of that, and you dedicate that to sustainable development, of course, we would be making a lot of progress in the challenges we have. So this is what we are trying to do. We created, together with WAAS and other partners, something that we call the Earth Humanity Coalition, to push in that direction. Let's mobilize all sciences together to really address the challenges of humanity, but starting from them, from the challenges of humanity, starting from the difficulties, the realities that people are facing every day. And I want to signal another dimension, which I think is absolutely critical, because we have to find spaces or areas where there is a strong momentum that we could, from which we could profit to change that dynamic, that confrontational dynamic within and between societies that I mentioned at the beginning. And one of those areas is the relationship with younger generations. So we have been working now since a few years in the Club of Rome to develop a concept of intergenerational leadership. What does that mean? Well, that means that in this particular situation of history, our mission is not to transmit what we know to the next generation, because what we know is what created the mess in which we are. And the younger generations are typically more aware, statistically, there are plenty of evidence that they are more aware of the challenges, that they want, together with the partner, Marine Adeng, and the Youth Talks organization, she developed a survey on 50,000 young people from almost 200 countries. And in a survey, in a very open way, so the question was not, do you think this or that? No, it was express your views about the future. And then she used, some of the latest technologies to analyze the findings, the responses by these 50,000 people. And do you know what is the only common response to all of them, wherever they are on the planet? They all want a peaceful future. That's a very strong message. So the younger generations, I think, are more aware than we are of the challenges of what is at stake for them. And then we have to find ways to work together. And this is why we speak about intergenerational leadership. Different generations, not one generation transmitting to the next, not the nice thing, not the tokenism of let's sit a young person at our table, no, but not either the idea of let's integrate the younger generation in the existing system. It's a much more ambitious call. It's the call that we have to work different generations together to transform the system, which, by the way, is what is the most positive message that we can expect to get from the Summit of the Future in New York in September. Because I think the people involved from the UN side in preparing that realize that, oh my God, in this context of geopolitical conflict and total mistrust between countries, the best we can do is to highlight the role of younger and future generations. Well, let's not only highlight that, let's work with that as part of the momentum, as part of what will give us momentum for the transformation which is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. That was very refreshing and original. We're going to try to bring this meeting to a close after one more speaker. I just wanted you called to mind your very interesting comments about conflict and progress. Our former president, Harlan Cleveland, when I met him the first time, I started talking to him about the revolution of rising expectations, and as a real driving force for change. And he said, well, do you know where that phrase came from? I said, no, I don't know. And he gave me the Bartlett's familiar quotations, and that phrase was credited to him in 1951 when he was watching the developments in East Asia after the end of the war. And then I had mentioned it to him because I had met a very distinguished Indian security expert who had used that phrase. He was also a member of the Academy, Jasjit Singh. And he said he's observed something else about this revolution of rising expectations, that the more expectations rise, the greater the tendency for violence, because the expectations, the gap between the expectations and the achievement keep widening. The expectations grow. Even when there's development, the expectations rise faster than the accomplishments. And so a sense of discontent often comes. So anyway, I'm not trying to philosophize on it. I just wanted to highlight there's a deep, complex truth in what you said that we have to give serious thought to. And you help reconcile a dilemma. I'd like to, Stephen was called away, and I'm not sure whether he'll be able to come back, but he had told me that he may be interrupted. We'll see. But I think we should try to close soon. So I'd like to ask Stefan Brunhuber, our final speaker on the list, to make a contribution. Let's try to keep it 5 to 7 if we can, Stefan. And anyway,
I will even try to keep it shorter in order to make sure that we're not running out of time. And I'm not even sure whether I can make much of an added value. I'm a shrink by training and member of WAAS. And if I have to resonate on the social theory development, I'm learning 5 bullet points. I'm learning that the ontogenesis and the phylogenesis, the individual and the collective, follow the same rules, and it's basically a fractal order. The second thing I'm learning is that social development follows emerging structures, not linear ones. The third one, what I'm learning is I need a picture, a narrative, a story in my mind in order to better understand social development. And the story and the picture I'm using is the one of the staircase. This is true for the individual one and for the collective one. This is true for the ontogenic development and for the phylogenetic one. We are stepping up a staircase. And as Gary just pointed out, by stepping up, by transforming upwards, we can also regress and step down. But each time we potentially step up, we see more and see deeper, and we can enlarge our gravity of consciousness toward more insight and better understanding. And each time it's not only a theoretical, but also a practical way, because we're stepping up, we're doing something. The three major catalyzers for enlarging the gravity of consciousness is, one is mentioned already, is education on an individual level. But at the same time, you can use psychedelics. If you use psychedelics, you could enlarge your consciousness. And the third is you can follow a spiritual practice. And all the three can enlarge your consciousness on stepping up that staircase. But this is just one of the three. The second one is what we discussed throughout the entire day. It's AI. AI is able to enlarge the way we look at the world. And the third one is what I'm particularly interested through WAAS is the financial sector. You know, all the three can mobilize and catalyze us, helping up to step up that staircase. And we can step down that staircase, but this is the picture I'm using to better understand social theory of development. And I will leave it with that because we're all running out of time. Thank you very much.
Well, you left us with an intriguing image to end with, creatively applied. And by the way, my team is all in India, and they have to, so they're running out of time in a quite literal way, that it's close to midnight already.
Yes. Yes,
And they have to do this. They have to do this again tomorrow. So,
Harry, thank you very much.
I want to thank you all for a really creative, thoughtful discussion. As I promised you, we would not lead to conclusions, but we would lead to some very stimulating insights and lines of thinking to work on. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is an invitation. We want not only all of you who we had a chance to listen to, but all of those who we didn't, to continue to collaborate with us. It may appear like our observations were disparate, but I think when we spend more time on it, we'll see there are close relationships between the different perspectives and different ways of approaching the elephant, we might say, in the Indian analogy. So I'm very encouraged by this. I've been thinking of it for a long time, and I had some anxieties, but I'm really rewarded by your contributions. Thank you. I'd like to just end with a brief comment about tomorrow. This marks the end of the third day of the WAAS at 64 event. The last day we were going to start and with one of Carlos's very important observations of many was about the youth. We're ending with the youth. We invited some of our youth members to form their own team. They have met numerous times in the last 2 months. I lost count of it, discussed what they wanted to say. And out of a group of about 15 or more, they selected some representatives who would speak for them tomorrow. So we're going to start off tomorrow morning, which will be the last panel session, really. And then we go to the second dimension of this, which we're calling the General Assembly, really, not the conference. But you're going to hear some speakers reflecting on, some of you reflecting on what you think based on our discussions, the Academy should be doing in the future or doing more of, what you get out of this discussion. And we welcome the feedback from others as well. And the WAAS email address, support@worldacademy.org. Any of you who have attended any of the sessions or have thoughts on any of them, please feel free to share your comments, and that will be true tomorrow. We won't have time for everybody to speak. We have a big membership, but we will be inviting comments from everybody. Then we will have a session reporting on, you'll hear from some of the participants, and then the third session will be a report on some of the things we want to do in the future. We've spent the last 6-8 months drawing up elements of a strategic plan on the 6 program areas which the Academy feels it's very important that we work on in future. And you may not be surprised, I don't think you'll be disappointed that one of them is AI. And we've already started some work which we'll share with you, but the discussions in these 3 days have opened up many other opportunities. Nothing is final, no doors are closed. We want to acquaint our fellows and partners with what we're planning to do. And we also it's an open invitation for you either to express your interest in collaborating, whether you're a fellow or a partner organization. And then we want to give you an idea where we see the Academy work moving in the future, which was a purpose of this. And finally, we have a very important session, and that is talking about communications and involvement and participation of fellows in the work of the Academy. And we'll have a discussion on that. So I hope you'll all be able to join us tomorrow, and want to thank you all, both panelists and those who have been attending, for giving us this support. As we did for the last 2 days that we had in May, all the sessions will be processed and edited and circulated. The videos will be circulated one by one over the next month or so, because we found already it's impossible for most of us to participate in 2 sessions simultaneously. I tried it and it's very difficult. So we know that at least half the sessions you would have missed even if you were here the whole time, and the time zones prohibit that. So all of the sessions will be available on the web, but we'll also be releasing them every 3 days or something over the next month or so, so that they can be digested a little more reasonable intensity. We gathered you all together for to concentrate on having the conversation, but we hope to promote further discussion on it and dissemination of it. And we've seen the attendance that multiplies very much when we do it this way, and people can process it in a more reasonable time frame than the way we're throwing it at you in this concentrated event. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I believe we start at, Jelani, is somebody can confirm? Well, it's depending on the time zone, but it's there in your agenda.
Yeah, 6 p.m. CET.
6
p.m. CET.
6, no, not 6 p.m. 3 p.m., huh? No, 2:30. Please, let's get it straight.
Yes, just a second. Sorry. 2:30 p.m. CET.
2:30. Okay, 2:30 CET. Thanks a lot, and thanks again to the panel for great contributions.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for the effort. Bye-bye.
Stephen, I hope you're feeling better fully quickly. Take some rest. Huh?
Oh, yes. With this session, much better. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Hi, Stephen. Hi, Gary.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hi, Gary. It was a great pleasure.
I'm so glad we finally caught up, Piero. Thank you so much.
Take it easy, Gary.
Carlos,
Bye.
great. Loved your comments. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye now.
Bye.